9 o'clock. Pledge allegiance. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Good morning.
First on our agenda is approve the minutes of March 14th.
I'll move.
Tom's moved.
All second.
Tim second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Go to miscellaneous motions. Move upon the recommendation of noxious weed director to advertise and employ 2 temporary seasonal laborers. Funds to come from noxious weed budget.
Move.
Bob moved, Tom seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. That one. That does us for our good stuff. A little bit early, we'll call Rhonda, if she's ready.
I'm ready.
Much rather be ahead than behind.
Todd and Tanya Newkirk, they contacted us. They have a double wide with a couple of outbuildings there at 316 West 6th in Lebo. And they would like to know if we would be able to waive the landfill fees. Brad Mullen is going to do the work. And the lot is pretty small, so they're just basically going to clean up the lot and kind of make it look better.
I don't have any problem with it. It's in my district. I'll move that we waive landfill fees for, what was the address?
316 West 6th.
316 West 6th, Lebo.
All second.
This is moved, Tim seconded. Any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you.
Used to be a pretty nice lot, really, back in the earlier days.
I think there's a lot of them throughout the county that way, back in the day.
The old boy lived there. He had health issues and it kind of went away. Good morning. Bobby Skipper, Economic Development. I guess we'll start with you at 9:03.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to come this morning.
We was forced.
I've been kept off an agenda before. Wade, is Wade here?
He was.
I seen him pop in.
Okay, well, Wade has not approved this yet, but I wanted to at least, pending his approval, go through, or just give you a copy of the proposed loan agreement with Overwash.
Should we really have that before we've been approved? Because it's public record as soon as we get it. But if it isn't approved, it's the way we want it.
I've seen it. Right here, right now. I don't know how it hasn't went to everybody's hands. I guess we could, I don't know.
You just want me to wait until
I
Wade
mean, once we
approves
get it, it's public record, and if we haven't approved it, that's all I'm saying.
How do we approve something without getting it?
Well, we could, I think if it's a potential agreement, we could look at it in executive session and then make
Okay.
changes or things that need to be made.
Okay.
You want to save it to the end?
But it'd be a weighted question, but I think that's the way it would be done, it's just kinda like what worked up to this was
Okay.
behind the scenes.
Okay.
I mean, that's,
It doesn't sound like it'll delay it anyway, since he hasn't approved it.
Right, yeah,
I
right.
think it's probably right, wait, put his,
Review it in executive session, put it on the backside.
Yes, sir.
I mean, if Wade's looked at it, he comes in and says it's, he's fine with it, I'm fine with it.
I know, yeah, I have no problem then.
Good. I'll move on to the next one, discussion of building inspector code services. The planning board has started discussion, they invited the mayors from different cities to a last meeting, which was on the 16th. Commissioner Tim and Commissioner Jesse were there. What was being discussed was a building inspector. About 50% of the cities, roughly, or along with the county, are interested in building inspector services. Right now, any real estate transaction or housing authority transaction has to hire somebody from outside the market to come in. It's not always timely, it's inefficient, there's a lot of problems. So the cities, mainly the city of Burlington, has been, they're very interested in participating financially to hire a building inspector. But in that discussion, as we talked through hiring a building inspector, everybody seems to have a disconnect as they assume a building inspector also handles code services, like code inspection and stuff like that, which that's a separate issue altogether. So there has been also this movement, this discussion, this need, not just with the county, but with about 50% of the cities, again, who want a countywide code services officer, inspector, whatever we call it. And there's a little bit of overlap also into the health department sanitation director. Some of the sanitation stuff, for instance, the trailer park in Leroy, that's obviously a sanitation nuisance where they have sewage running on the ground. The trailer park in Lebo, that is a separate, like a code services issue where they have holes in the floor of the trailers, the wall, there's glass out in the yard with kids running around. That's a code services type situation. In all our cities, along with the county, we struggle with that. There's Agricola is a good example of a need for code services, not sanitation. Trying to use the sanitation officer to handle these situations is oftentimes not efficient. It doesn't accomplish the problem. So that discussion was being had. Everybody was talking through it, and it seems to be that 50% of the cities would be on board with a code services from the county being offered on top of sanitation. And I talked with Carl this morning about that, and I've talked with Lindsay in the past about this, but we never got anywhere because there's also that the building inspector is a piece of that too, that conversation. So we are, I'm just updating you what we're doing. We're looking at examples that other counties have, where they have a building inspector and code services. Those two separate things, maybe two separate people, but in the essence of the building inspector, there is financial support from Burlington as well as maybe another city, maybe, and we'll identify that. So I'm going to keep talking about this. I'm working with Carl in the health department. I've got an attorney who specializes in zoning that is giving us examples of other counties that do this, and what that looks like, how it's structured, and I'm going to come back to you at some point pretty quickly with our findings, so you can think through this and discuss through this. Right now, you have support from the cities which is odd. You normally don't have that. I think you've got calls in the county too to have both of these positions. But it'll be something for you to review and think about and deliberate later on. I'll come back to you with findings here shortly.
If the city of Burlington's one that really wants it, why doesn't the city of Burlington hire one and then they can lease that person out to everyone else? I am not in favor of making another county position. Government's too big now.
Yes, sir.
But if the city wants it, I would not be opposed to helping the city, but let them be the administrator of it.
Are they gonna be able to go out to the county?
Sure they are. Let the city of Burlington be the administrator of it, and then we can contract with them just like they would if we were the administrators of it.
If they'd allow it to happen.
I'm not in favor of that at all. I think it needs to be housed by the county myself.
There's two opinions.
Yep.
But something to think about.
And shared with the cities. I mean, if
I
the city
think-
wants to be on board with it, you know, that's fine. If we're not, then we don't go. That's out of our jurisdiction, so to speak.
I see both sides of it, you know, I see Bob's, you know, the government is too big the way it is on one side. And then I see towns that are in need of help. And are a hazard, not only as a, I ain't saying all the towns, I'm just saying portions of are hazards and need some type of strong arm capability to bring it up to par. I know, like the Leroy Mayor, you know, nobody wants to build a nice house on a lot that sits beside a lot full of trash. How do we clean that up? And there's places in Lebo as well. And everywhere you go throughout the county, how do you, if you don't have something in place, how do you enforce? Who's going to be the enforcer?
Right.
If you don't have something, that's going to be a very thankless job, and somebody's not going to be liked all the time. But, you know, I went to Agricola and toured with Tim, you know, and I could take him over to Ottumwa, you know, which is, I think, Bob's area. And the same thing, it's just not, it's on a smaller scale.
I'm asked daily, not daily, but very often, how do you build a $200,000 or a $200,000 house beside a house that is half fell in?
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to do that?
Right. You know, we're wanting to bring people to this county. You know, we're wanting to bring employment in here. We're wanting to bring, you know, people in here to build houses and be a great place to live. But nobody wants to build a $400,000 house beside a $250 torn down, fell down, dilapidated hazard.
And I agree about the more government thing. I mean, we don't, but we would not be unique to have it. I mean, you got Shawnee, Lyon, Franklin,
Anderson.
Allen. I mean, lots of counties are doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And have been doing it. And I'll go to, I mean, the zoning just gave a guy a permit for a VRBO, and right next to it is 5 acres of trash. I mean, I don't think that's gonna help this county's VRBO at all. I'm gonna drive by there and go, wait a minute, what did I get myself into?
Did we make a wrong turn?
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, granted, I mean, if that's how the people wanna live, I mean, yeah, but it shouldn't affect the neighbor's value, and it shouldn't affect the neighbor's health. And when, you know, that's my opinion on it. And Rhonda, you had a piece of paper.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, I'm getting ready to build the triplex down in Leroy, and I just got the inspection for everything that I need to do for footings, everything. It'll be about $1,695. $1,695. And that's fine. I mean, you know, I've put it in my budget. I know that that's coming and stuff, but, you know, it'd be nice if the county had,
That person in place.
yeah, to kinda.
And you also said at one time that if we had that person in place, it would be easier for you to obtain other grants, am I correct?
Well, not all of them, but some that I have went, like some of the ones that we went to before, they're saying, do you have an inspector to make sure that everything is going along? And I said, well, we have to hire one. And so you're right, I mean, I called over to Anderson County, I said, hey, you know, what if we wanted to hire you just like part-time to come over here, like I utilize them or whatever? There's like, we're too busy, you know, we have way too much to do to come and, you know, do part-time over here. So, I mean, it's, like you said, we're kind of the only county around, kind of, that's not doing this, so. And I talked to Alan and you know, we've talked about with Lion and stuff like that, so.
We get, go ahead. Just another thought on what Tom said is, the property over here is bad and I wanna build a new house. I'm gonna make this guy clean his property up. This guy's been here forever, so we're gonna say, all right, if you've got money and you come in, you can tell the rest of your people what you're gonna do.
No.
I mean, in a sense, that's what it amounts to. You got one side telling the other side what's gonna happen. Where's the freedom go? Where's freedom stop?
You know, this is one of those subjects that there's
It's touchy.
there's good arguments on both sides. To me, there's probably a little bit more of an argument towards the county. You'd have more consistency throughout the whole county if the county had the leadership in it.
Correct.
To me, there's probably a better, stronger argument for the county taking the lead. And I can understand Bob's view. I mean,
I think that argument that Lindsay and I had was just that. I was wanting to give something that's totally aggressive to handle these nuisance and blight situations, and Lindsay was, what about the protection of the small guy? Well, then our attorney got involved and said, well, there may be a compromise, let's go down that path, but, and I'm still waiting, at some point I know Wade will address that, but, yeah, I mean, it's a big situation. But I am seeking a solution, something that's equitable for everybody, and there's two different things being talked about here, just to make clear. There's building inspection and code services. Those are two different things that kind of are under the same umbrella, so they need to happen almost at the same time. But I will come back to you with some real good data, examples of and attorneys' opinions and correspondence with the different mayors again, and who was in for what, and what that might look like, and give you something that you can consider.
Sounds good, Bobby.
The last thing today, let me back up real quick. Wade, did you get a chance to review this loan agreement?
Yes.
You have? Okay. Is it something you're okay with, or do you need to make changes?
It seems pretty self-explanatory. If they're on board with it, then
Well, it was handed to me and Dawn before you got here, and we didn't know if you had reviewed it yet, so we pulled it back.
we've been playing phone tag.
Okay. So,
And you're okay with the way it's written?
And I don't have an issue with it.
Okay.
We can talk about it on the attorney-client side if you want to
No, I'm
a little more.
If you're okay with it, I'm okay with it. We just didn't, Bobby said it had not been approved. He didn't know if it had been approved by you.
It's something different than what's been done before. It looks like just the type of agreement, that's the only thing. So,
do we need a 10-minute executive session, attorney, client,
I mean, if you want
counsel?
it probably wouldn't hurt just to make sure we're all on the same page, but we can do that. You have another thing to talk about? So
Sure.
we'll talk about that, and then.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll move on to the RHID program. I think, I'm not sure which commissioners went to the Kansas Commissioners Conference. Was that?
Made on southeast Kansas.
you're talking about the one we went to
No, it's not.
Thursday, Friday is in Salina.
You're talking about
Oh.
the one coming up in late April?
Okay.
and sign them.
I'm
You
sorry.
guys just went to one this week, didn't you?
Yeah, but just the southeast.
That's just
Kansas.
south.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
just south.
southeast
There's
Kansas.
17 counties there.
That was nothing.
The, something that's been talked about over and over again from other counties have been doing something called the Rural Housing Incentive District. And it is a program that I've started to have discussion here. I've had a few community meetings. I think a couple of the commissioners have attended these community meetings, just talking about what it is, and we also invite other economic developers or city managers or county administrators to talk about what they do and what's good and bad about it as far as the way they see it. So far, we've had the city of Pittsburgh and the city of, not Wichita, another smaller city to the west of Wichita. It doesn't come to my tongue right now, but we've had two different.
Goddard?
No, sir. We've had two different cities that we've spoken to, and they've talked about their RHID program.
Paola has it.
Yes, sir.
In fact, one of the county commissioners brought this up at the meeting Thursday.
The RHID program, there's two different pieces to it. One of them's a greenfield, which means going out in the pasture and developing a pasture, putting roads, subdividing lots, putting water, sewer. And the way it works is the county or city creates the actual district, and then once the district is created, you go through the statutory process to create it. A developer can come to the county or the city and say, hey, here's my project, here's my plans, my engineered plans, I'm going to build 10 new homes, 10 spec homes, and I need project assistance. So they request $100,000 to run curb and gutter, sewer, water, whatever the project needs, and the county or city approves it, or turns it down. But if they approve the project, the developer then goes and makes those improvements on his own dime. He comes back to the commission at that point and says, here's what I spent on the project, and the amount for infrastructure only, not the buildings, not the houses, but just the water, sewer, curb, gutter, that can be reimbursed and added back to the tax roll over a 25-year period, up to a 25-year period. It doesn't have to be 25 years. It can be 10 years or 5 years. But you add it back to the tax roll, and that developer then, or the property owner, is responsible for paying back annually the amount of money that was essentially loaned or reimbursed over that period of time. So that's the big problem. The developer, if they're going to go out and build 10 new spec homes, or 5 or 20, that's expensive. Their credit is limited. Their cash is limited. So they can only, and to ask them also to pay for stuff up front like roads, sewer, water, curb, gutter, that is sometimes makes it non-economic, non-viable financially for that developer or that property owner. So using the RHID program, you have the authority, if created, to advance money for infrastructure up front for qualified projects. Here is examples of some of the project areas just that exist today. There's probably 100 in Coffee County, but these are just some of them that you're probably familiar with. I'm sorry. These are tracts of land, properties owned by single individuals who have expressed intent to develop or sell their property. Most of them just want to sell their property, but they are interested in development. In the instance of the Hex Edition, here on the top left, you'll see it's owned by the City of Waverly. The City of Waverly wants to develop that for housing, but it's costly. They could get grants for some of it. They could, at the end of the day though, you gotta have builders willing to build homes. So, if we declare that, work with the city of Waverly to declare that a rural housing incentive district area, the city can sell those lots for $1 to a qualified developer who will come in and build homes. That developer then comes to the county and says, my project's gonna cost $280,000 to run roads and water and sewer. You then look at the plans, you review the project, and if you approve, that developer starts to build those roads, starts to put in water, sewer on their own dime. They come back to the county with a reimbursement request. You take that and reimburse that developer, but you walk it upstairs and you add it to the down the hall, and you add it to the back to the tax roll. Each annual period, for some period of time, up to 25 years, that developer pays the taxpayer back. Neat thing about putting it on the tax roll, it stays with the property. So a developer can go defunct, right? But once there's houses or improvements built on that property, you essentially have a mortgage in perpetuity on that property. So the taxpayer's money is protected forever, because you're not loaning to an individual, you're advancing money for infrastructure improvements on property you're getting tax revenue off of forever. So that's a scenario where development can occur. Now, the city of Pittsburgh, the ones that went to that meeting, their city manager said if the city of Pittsburgh's kind of capped financially on what they can do, where through God's blessing, Coffee County is able to do a little bit more maybe. If you had a program where all infrastructure costs were fronted up front, I could say with certainty you'd have all the developers willing to build all the spec homes that you wanted with an RHID program. And to round those up, I have begun speaking with the Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission. I sit on that board, and they are hiring a housing specialist to help administer programs, RHID programs. So, if we had Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission administering RHID programs, they would do a lot of the technical, legal, statutory work for us up front. That would give you some level of comfort, but most importantly, they would act as an administrator on the backside. When you actually approve a project, they make sure that the developer has an agreement, they're going to build X number of homes and sticks to it, that they only get reimbursed for qualified expenses. They're not adding fluff to it and putting money in their pocket kind of thing. And they will provide you just total support administratively on any RHID project that you do. I have a meeting this Wednesday, a sit down with the director and a few other commissioners who are on the board from other counties. I would ask that one of the commissioners go with me this Wednesday from 11 until 2. If you can. If you can't, no biggie. But there's one other aspect to the RHID. It does, Senate Bill 90 just passed, and it allows for some vertical construction in downtown areas. Now, we don't have, other than Burlington, we don't have a whole lot of downtown areas. But if somebody in Burlington specifically, and maybe in Leroy, and some in Waverly, Waverly has some downtown properties. If somebody came and said they wanted to do a project in downtown. Like, let's pretend that above the old city hall, the Board of Education building, there's like 15,000 square foot up there of apartment space, it's unfinished. If somebody said we would go up there and build 15,000 square foot worth of apartments, that could be a project. You see there on that map I gave you, it has an area with downtown Burlington. Works just like the Greenfield side. They come to the commission, show their project. If you approve, they spend the money, you reimburse them for the qualified expenses. The neat thing about Senate Bill 90 is it allows for vertical improvements such as sheetrock, electrical, roof, that kind of thing, which in downtowns is most of your problem. The roofs and stuff like that just take an enormous amount of money, and it's often not fiscally viable, say on a 5-year commercial loan down at the bank. But on a 15-year loan or a 20-year loan, it makes sense. And again, the neat thing is, if it's added back to the tax roll, somebody is going to own that property and always pay taxes. That's the neat thing about adding it back to the tax roll. Somebody will be responsible always for repaying the investment.
So if you, let's just say on top of the school board, or the Burlington School Board building, who would be the owner of that expanded, that vertical property?
They would sell it to a developer.
So, if the school board wanted to demolish their part of the building, that would take the vertical structure down as well, correct?
No, once the vertical improvements are made, and owned by somebody else, they couldn't tear down the bottom half.
Do you think there would be a lot of engineering and checking to see if the structure that is there is safe for more load bearing up top?
Correct. Any project that comes before the commissioners in this instance would have to have an engineer, structural engineer, stamped. They'd have to come to you with plans, not
Right.
a dream.
Well, that's just what I just don't know if most of the, like, just this downtown area, is it, you see the old theater, the walls blowing out on it. It would not take any more vertical structure, because it can barely hold up what it has now.
Without some type of structural improvement, you're right. That's the thing. People have to have an actual legitimate game plan when they come to you with a project. Hopes and dreams are one thing, but if somebody's really serious about developing property, they're going to have to spend money for engineering, architecture, up front. Even with Greenfield, if somebody comes to you and says, if the city of Waverly comes to you and says, hey, we got this developer we want to partner with to develop Hex Edition, they've got to engineer and plat out and plan before you can make a determination.
I think the town you're thinking of west of Wichita's, Greensburg.
No,
It
sir.
had the tornado? No, it's not?
No, I'm sorry. I'll think of it here shortly.
I just, my thing is, I don't know if somebody'd wanna go spend $2 million to put something up on, I'm just saying hypothetically dollars, $2 million to put 15,000 square foot of apartments on top of the old brick structure that the school board has.
Stranger things have
So I guess stranger things have happened, so, I guess if it costs them very little money, why not do it?
I think this would be a good way to get some housing that is in much need.
Yes, sir.
Whether anybody does anything downtown or not, these other areas are very promising to me.
Now, this is the old golf course here in New Strawn. Is that pipeline that runs through there, is it the city's gas line, or is it somebody else's?
Is
Phillips.
Phillips, that's what I wondered.
and I've platted that for Sarah Rice. And we've looked at the setbacks, she could have access, she can put a road in there to get into that property, if that's what you're.
You just can't build over that line.
Right.
Hopefully within so many feet, I think it could be.
Yeah, there's the easement, I think 60 foot.
Yeah.
Sarah Rice is a good example. If a district was created there, a developer then could be sought out, somebody who built a spec home, that's the thing, they gotta build a house, or a series of houses. And they buy the land from Sarah Rice for X amount, or they agree to buy it for X amount, and agree to put roads in, and curb and gutter, and have so many lots, and build so many homes. They come to you and ask for just the infrastructure piece to be reimbursed. And it's added back to the tax roll, they build their homes, and as they sell the homes, those, just like with the other assessments, that pro rata amount of investment for infrastructure stays with the lot. So 20 years, if it is for a 25-year period, it'll stay just like a gas assessment. The people in New Strong did a gas project a while back. I think they just paid it off. Same thing. That's what we're talking about doing.
Why wouldn't they go to the city that it's in instead of to the county?
They'd have to partner, in Sarah Rice's instance, partner with the city of New Strong. New Strong, most cities who do it, they issue just one project at a time, and they issue a debt because they don't have hundreds of thousands just sitting around. Some of them do. Emporia has hundreds of thousands sitting around. They pay as you go. That would be the idea, is that coffee counties like Emporia, it's just a speck on your radar to finance improvements for New Strong. For New Strong, it'd be a big deal. They would need your support. If the project's big enough and you're not comfortable with a cash basis, a project can finance or issue their own debt. Once that district is created, if it is a $2 million downtown project and the county's like, well, we don't want to, they can issue their own debt to finance their improvements through the RHID.
Well, I would think anything within the city, you definitely would want the city on board with it. You don't want to just go in and start doing things.
Oh, absolutely. I think that a lot of the struggles that I personally have been part of with some of the cities is bearing some fruit. You see a little bit of willingness now from the city of Burlington, some of the other cities, and a couple of the cities have new aggressive mayors. New Strong's one of them. Leroy. Not saying the last mayor wasn't aggressive, just but Ms. Taylor, she's willing to jump out there and wants to put her name on something.
What we have possibly coming down the pike, so to speak, with the Flint Hills Tech, you've got EMP Shields wanting to expand. Housing is going to become an issue. So any way we can help in it and assist in doing so, I'm all for it.
Is there a commissioner who could go with me Wednesday?
I believe I can. I'd have to look at one little thing. I can get back with you this afternoon. Yeah, because this is something of great interest to me, so.
Okay. Well, that was it.
Growth is a good thing.
Yeah.
And we don't have housing for a lot of the growth that is needed for the county.
And going back to the code services part, for me, like, the Agricola area's been brought up many times. I mean, some people don't want to live in the larger cities, so they're looking for those outlying areas to relocate to. You're exactly right, they're not gonna build. They're working in Franklin County and they got a real good job. They're not gonna build a $350,000 home in Agricola because of all the blightness around, so. Or any other small area that we have that could use those.
A lot of reason why people resort to those locations is because there's less law enforcement as well.
True. Yes.
Good night, just say that, yeah.
When it, you know, and it's not like you gotta go in and you gotta tell like people, you know, clean it up or else. I mean, you know, have a time frame, and like I said before, that, or whatever, however you wanna word it, gentle hands approach to where, how can we help you?
Offer help.
Yeah. Don't just go in and say, well, it's, you got 2 months, or it's $300 fine, or whatever the heck. Just, you know, we'll help, what do you need?
Makes their property worth more.
It makes their property worth more, plus the neighbors is worth more.
Mhm.
So, and then for the county reaps those benefits in the end, taxpayers.
Agreed.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Bobby.
Do we want to, what time is it? Do we have enough time?
We've got 20 minutes to break.
Do we wanna do it, do we wanna do a,
Discuss that one.
15-minute, attorney-client executive session to discuss loan documents, contract?
Attorney-client to discuss pending contract terms and conditions.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Tim moves, Tom seconded, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll go in at 9:43 for 15 minutes.
Who?
Us, the board and Wade and
Mr. Skipper.
Mr. Skipper. Economic development. Go in at 9:40, 15 minutes.
9:43.
9:43. 15.
All in favor, say aye.
All in favor, say aye, I thought we did.
Aye.
I thought we did, I think I interrupted you and said, who?
Quit interrupting me, Bob.
I'm trying to keep you out of trouble.
It's pretty tough to keep you out of trouble.
There are people out there who like it.
Oh, I know. You want this back, Wade?
Did he give you one?
No.
I can go get a copy.
When you're in executive session, tell me you want one.
I can make a copy.
Oh.
Morning. Just a minute to walk and talk on my way down.
so so we had to look at Jessica's, and then we plugged it in, and then we're like, okay, we have to test it. Terry said when she plugged her phone in, she couldn't hear. So did a test call on it, but we're like, we don't know, there was like that,
Yeah, that's.
all the other wire mesh, we're like, we have no idea.
That's right, I just needed this for today, and I can't hold it up.
Yeah, I think this was the only way that it could really go.
Yeah, I didn't think it was right.
Unless you're back to what, most people just tired.
Yeah, right.
Freak me out.
And I'm still trying to decide, I mean, I need to keep that's my election computer, or printer, election computer. So.
So we didn't know, we couldn't remember if that was there or if it was over there.
Attached to this one, I have, I'm gonna set it up there. That's what she does. And they can resolve on it, and it's a common share there. Because I don't need more space you give me, the more I need to put on it.
Oh, what's in that?
My election, well, election stuff is over there. But I can probably put it out.
And if you put the file cabinet here, then you're kind of blocking the window view. But if you put it there, you normally have that. I'm playing around with it. These boards make it a little easier to move stuff.
Yeah, well, I had it,
Well, Mike was, he's like, did Angie move that? I was like, yeah.
Me and you.
I was like, I think Shaylin helped.
oh, yeah.
And he's like, that thing's heavy. Like, he was impressed that you moved it. And he's like, yeah, when she gets to going, she's really going. But he's like, and she didn't even unload it.
No.
So we had, I think, 4 people moving it in, so we could lift it over the lip, because they didn't have that little strip yet. And he didn't want us to pull up one of the
Yeah.
boards, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the base looks great.
Yeah.
I mean, it definitely lightweight. Yeah.
Well, and once you get stuff in it, they brightens you off.
Oh, I know, I like it.
And we know when you're here, because we can hear you walking.
Yeah, there you go. Now I can, like, sneak in.
Hear you clicking.
it is, it'll turn to a little dark.
Sounds like 100%.
Back in? Yeah, we're back in.
Is it executed a copy?
Thank you, Bobby.
All right, we're back. Guess we need a motion to approve the loan agreement promissory note for, applicant is
Auto Wash.
O Auto Wash in Burlington, Kansas, there it is. For $300,000 at a 1.75% interest.
For a 10-year,
10-year structure.
10-year structure, but it also moved.
He is paying his first year's payments up front. Don moved.
I'll second.
Tom seconded. Any further discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. You want me to send this around, have everybody sign, or is there signatures?
I didn't put,
Just need yours.
Just need
Yeah.
mine? I guess I'm authorized to sign it. What is today? 3/21?
I'll have Miss Angie attest. Let's do two originals.
Okay.
Miss Angie can have the original and Mr. Powell can have one. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Bobby.
Want to take a break, come back at 10:15?
That'll work. We're on schedule.
We'll take a break, come back at 1:15.
You say 1:15?
Yeah, they did, I like that.
10:15.
Okay, I just thought it was me, but I just didn't hear the zero part on that.
I'm gonna start drinking more coffee.
Drinking something?
I caught that.
I did too,
You're
but I
not
wasn't
gonna say
saying.
Wednesday night. We got our
Yes, sir.
two essay dinner.
Yeah,
I think you were at Leroy last year. if I
I
remember.
was.
You were certainly welcome to come to that, and this year we did really.
Okay, okay. At their lodge.
At the community building.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Greeley have a lodge building?
Real small. Yeah. Probably big enough to hold this function. Because 45 people is all it'll be, but their community building needs to be used, so
Yes, sir.
it's right there on Main Street.
Yes, sir.
Oh, good, don't need one. Good morning. Good.
Gut wrenches sometimes, always gut wrenching. Thank you, ma'am.
Did you second that, or did Tim? On the auto wash? Don moved. Yeah, I thought you did.
Do you want me to get Kyle to sign yours too, your copy?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And I'll bring it back to you.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Oh, look at that. Ah, that was good.
Yeah.
Mr. Lane, you got a bunch on your plate?
Oh, not much. Just 2 motions, really. And just, some FYIs.
Yes, have you talked to more about that canopy?
Boy, you're gonna have to remind me, I forgot a couple of things.
At the car wash?
Oh, yes. Yeah, no, I asked, and, they weren't interested. The
Okay.
guys weren't interested, so, yeah.
Very good.
But thank you.
No problem. I was thinking anyways about, if y'all did take it, where would you take it to?
Well, I mean, we have a fuel island ourselves, and so we have 2 of them. So, mine would be to put them there, but, this time we've done without them for quite some time, and
Yeah.
there's
I was just
not that-
thinking, it'd be easier for them just to pull the whole thing down and mush it and put it on in a truck, but
Yeah.
if he was gonna keep the whole, he could just, but it ain't no sense if you don't want it. I guess we'll,
You'd have to pick a crane.
yeah,
Lift it up.
even the excavator wouldn't, even the arm on the excavator wouldn't be able to get high enough to.
It'd be a
Without
stretch.
paying.
Yeah, wouldn't be good.
Yeah,
And I'm not for sure what the, utilities lines are
that's right.
in that area, so
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's too close to the road.
all those things.
Yeah.
Crane would be best if they had it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wayne.
Mhm.
Angie, I've got something written down here for Friday. Steering committee, and I wrote personnel down. I didn't write enough down to even know what that's for.
Well, the only thing that's happening Friday is the deadline of the survey.
Yeah, I've got that written down.
Steering committee for personnel, is there something for Leroy? Do you have,
I don't think so, but I can. I'm not sure. They didn't have anything at the last city hall meeting. Starting to rain a
Is it
little.
raining?
yeah,
Hmm.
And they don't forecast 100%.
Didn't have anything poured this morning, did you?
Well, we need to pour about 150 yards of concrete, but no, we did not.
There's not many times they forecast 100%, but they got it 100% this time.
You know, Dad always said, look at the sickle, not the clouds, just keep mowing. In your behalf, you can't do that.
No.
Could get you in trouble.
Fairly costly.
I watched an interesting deal on ESG and how the left has kind of left the gun owners alone. put insurance companies, your homeowners in this. If you have a gun, it may become real hard for you to get house insurance.
Really?
That's the reason it's been so quiet. Now, the Kansas bill that was dealing with this, it is stuck in committee and isn't out.
You stay for dinner, we're going that to the,
Yeah, I was waiting for what you get, waiting for big old fries. Yeah, I did.
Was it a good meeting,
About like normal,
like normal?
just like.
Nothing new?
No, it's,
they had this one company out of Kansas City that evidently developed a pretty good layover on chip and seal. Although they haven't been out that long with it, although the warranty's for 5 years, but they haven't got there yet. But they had it on a screen and I couldn't understand hardly anything that's being said.
Wayne, they was doing a
actually, we're from Texas.
Pardon?
They're out of Texas.
surfactant spray.
Yeah, they had it all, but yeah, in Texas.
Their head office
Headed
is
down
in
there.
Texas.
I
Yeah,
kept
that one guy
page
said he's
full
out
of
Kansas City.
typos. Before you put on the next coat, basically adhering, cleaning, and it's been working for them.
I had a hard time catching anything.
Yeah, that guy on the screen, I could,
Basically, you're giving it a good
I wanna
wash
talk to the
before
lady.
you,
From Bourbon
This would
County.
be laying chip seal
After
or
dinner,
not?
Yep.
helped her a little
Laying
bit.
chip seal on it?
yeah.
I
Now, their
suggested
chip
to her
seal
that
has a lot of sand in it,
they need to make sure
versus
they get
your-
lights or something around.
chips.
Since we've been putting the fog seal on our chip seals,
see that.
we've not lost very much aggregate on our chip seals. So our chip seal's been holding pretty well.
But to me, it was just an advertisement.
So that's worked for us.
They just did it, came in,
All the time.
talked about how their luck had went,
Mhm.
I've never got much out of it.
Yeah,
saving time, saving money.
just our additional cost was the fog seal, but by placing the fog seal onto it, we've lost a lot less chips, and our chip seal is, actually looks almost like a hot mix asphalt after we get done with it.
Yep.
So,
Theirs did too.
yeah.
Take Blake's no, and then you get a lot of white in it.
Well, we do knock the top of the chips off. They do, but the chips don't come out. Prior to that, we would lose chips, actually. And then once we started doing the fog seal, then we stopped losing our chips. They come out with a mastic, what they call a mastic type of oil. They shoot it out of the back of a distributor truck. And so it's all one operation, and so the chips are in that distributor truck, and then they shoot it out that way. And that mastic is a lot more flexibility to it.
This fog seal, how much of a gallon do you put out per square yard?
It's .15.
See, this product they were using .25,
Yeah.
but it looked like it might have been a hair thicker. You couldn't tell by the image they showed. It was .25 and it appeared to be thicker.
I think. Probably that mastic stuff. Was they just using a distributor truck onto it?
Yep.
Just one distributor truck?
Yeah.
That's probably it. Initially, Donna Smith, the county engineer that was the county engineer in Anderson County, they started out with that about maybe 8 years ago. And they didn't like it at the time, but since then they perfected a lot of it, so. But the mastic helps out on a lot of the cracking that you would have on different surfaces. But at this point, we haven't used too much of the mastic at this time.
Back early from a break, we can start, I guess.
Okay?
1 minute early. Go ahead, Wayne.
All right.
Keep this locomotive moving.
Do what we can. Have a couple motions. Special issue checks.
I don't think we received anything from you.
Yeah, we don't have
We don't
nothing.
have anything on your stuff.
You know,
No, we don't have nothing, Wayne.
come on the email?
I did, but I don't put their stuff together, and I didn't know when you were gonna use it.
Okay.
So
All right,
I can make a copy of it.
all right.
Let me do that real quick.
I think last week we had 5 amended, revised schedules
Yeah.
last week. I quit looking at them until Friday.
I didn't do.
Friday I'll look at them.
Look at the last one.
Well, you hope it's the last one.
That's true.
Did you get construction zone today?
We have
We don't have nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, Andrea's sick, I guess.
Andrew was sick.
Okay.
I think she went home. No, was she here Friday?
Well, I got a couple of things I can, and Angie will help us, so I appreciate that, Angie. Getting those, we had at least 2 motions. What you're gonna find is, we received the bids on liquid asphalt. We also received the bids on the asphalt, cold patching material. And so those will be the motions I'll be bringing forward as soon as, we get copies of them. A couple other points is, we'll be moving to 410s, majority of the folks at the Road and Bridge, the first full week in April. So just one of the, things, information. The other one is up on 27th Road between H and J. What you have is, basically you have a water body on the south side. You do have some water on the north side on, some locations. But in that too is the crossroad pipes actually have 8 outs. But you'll see the ends of them. I haven't seen that too often, and so there's initially you would think there's a lot of acidity, either in the water or in the soil, because it's 8 out not just in the flow line, but it also 8 out on the top of the pipe as well. So what you see is the metal rings on the ends of the pipe. And so what they're needing to do at this point, which they will be working on when weather permits, is actually digging those pipes out. They've started lowering the water level in that area. And so once they basically get the water level down, the weather's correct, then they'll go in and replace several of those pipes along that road on 27th Road.
There's some salt tanks up north of there, is there not?
We think that might be the
A
case,
little bit of salt overflow,
yeah.
saltwater overflow.
So, because we have inspected those culverts before, about 8 years ago. And so in that area, they've deteriorated quite a bit. So, the other one is just information. We're getting a fuel surcharge. It's a 10% fuel surcharge. It'll get 10% increase in price from Champlin Tire Recycling. And so what they have been charging us is $210 per ton. So with the 10% increase, it'd be $231 per ton. And so what are we doing? When we receive tires, folks bring tires in, we're charging them for passenger and light truck $2 a tire. That was the increase that basically went into effect this year. And so with that, these tires, unprocessed, are stockpiled up in the northeast quadrant of the landfill. And so as we basically start collecting enough of them, we need to get rid of them. We cannot just put them in the tire monofill because they're not processed, meaning that basically the outer edges are not cut off for the most part, or not pieced or chunked up.
They can hold water.
They can hold water, mosquitoes, all of those things. So since they're not processed, we have to dispose of the tires. So this company comes in and picks up the tires, and then we pay them, or we'll be paying them $231 per ton. So to give you an idea, last year came in twice, once in June and then once in September, and total ballpark is about $7,000. So increase 10%. We haven't looked into that. We used to have one from the Lake Region at one point, but it's outdated, so it's no longer used, or hasn't been used for years.
How many car tires in a ton?
We're figuring 25 pounds per tire, so approximately 80 tires. into it. So our payback on that is $160 versus $231 is what we'll be paying. So,
we're getting 161 versus 231. We're paying 231 and we're receiving 161.
yes, sir.
We're going backwards.
Where's this company from?
The tires,
Where's the company from?
the company, Concordia, yeah.
Well, they're gonna have to charge fuel surcharge or they're not gonna be in business. That's why I asked about do it in-house.
Mr. Yoho used to do it previously, but
Mhm.
that's not the case.
No, they did it all the time.
So his grandson, I believe, is going to school
So we paid them to do that too, didn't we?
as well.
So, I mean, that was still a cost to us.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we raised the price from $1 to $2. The thing what, you have to be cautious of is overpricing it, so now you find tires in the ditches and things like
I
that,
can speak for that.
so. But,
That was a concern I had with an individual in one of the cities was, as far as citywide cleanup, fall cleanup is, their big issue is tires and what do you,
We
tires
still-
are starting to pile up, so I didn't know if there was
we still charge for those, even in the,
true.
yeah.
But what I'm saying is, I don't know, there would be some sort of, we could, as a whole, to, I don't know, help with the tire issue. It seems like it could be an issue for a lot of cities, not just one, or not just for the county, but for all. I mean,
Have a
'cause
passenger
most tires
tire
you get,
cleanup.
I'm assuming most tires you get are coming from service stations, which take them to you, not too many individuals.
Possibly. Most folks don't deal with their own tires, but
Yeah, that's what I mean, so, you have some that do deal with their own tires, and they wind up in the road ditches, like you said, so.
potentially. So, just information, and if you're wanting to create a program, I mean, that's it's possible, you'd be
It's
just
a thought
supplementing
I
the
come up with
cost.
over the weekend, but I don't know
Mhm.
where to go with that just yet on the thought, but
Right.
is there, is it cheaper if we deliver the tires ourselves to a recycling deal, or is, what's their, you know what I'm saying, is there,
It's Concordia, that's what I said, a long ways out.
oh, yeah, it is, but,
I don't know how many ton we get, we don't have a way to transport them really, do we?
At this point, I don't believe we have a trailer that, the only thing we'd have would be the dump trucks for the most part. I don't believe we have a big trailer. There might be one.
Start stacking one low boy.
Yeah.
that was just a question at that, is it
That's
two
what
hundred
I
and
thought.
thirty, is that, is it $100 if you took them out there yourself, and maybe the cost of getting them out there yourself isn't,
I think you'd have to do a cost analysis on it and see.
Yeah.
You're gonna have transport, you'll have employee time,
Fuel.
that's the biggest part, yeah, fuel.
yeah.
All those type of things. Is it basically worth the difference between the $71 is what you're dealing with, so, per ton.
Just
And so-
thinking. So what's the tire cutter do? I don't think we've had.
Tire cutter, you basically cut it right in the center of the tire and then it's in two pieces.
You have to prevent the water from being able to hold it too. So
Or you can cut the sidewalls
the
out on both
sidewalls
sides.
is what I've seen most of it, or they'll chunk it, have a machine that actually cuts it up into pieces,
And then what?
so.
Then it
I know
goes into
Huntsman-
bulk. Then if it's shredded, then you can go into bulk. Just load it with a loader into a
That's correct.
dump truck or a long,
And you can dump that even into
or
the,
walking floor or whatever. Well, you could probably even put that in a landfill, can't
we
you?
could put that in the landfill.
Yeah,
but-
if they shredded it, if they
You
shredded
could
the
put it
tires,
into
they
the
could put it in a landfill.
Landfill,
But
but
they don't do much recycling of tires anymore, am I correct?
This place does. What they'll do is they'll make different things from picnic tables to basically playground,
Okay.
cover, so for equipment.
I didn't know if the steel belts in them that they can separate that out, I take it then.
Well, they'll have like magnets and stuff like that that basically will take up the metal that's exposed and such. But, I don't really get into it too much there, but I know they have made tables, benches and different things like that they'd recycle the tires with. They've also used tires, part of your asphalt process as far as your oils,
No,
but
they used to.
they're
They still
finding
did.
different oil it doesn't, basically work as well as a virgin grade oil, that we use for hot mix asphalt. So, they're still trying to find ways, I mean.
Shingles work really good.
Shingles, they'll do shingles as far as in the oil. The whole tire monofill, concept was, we could store it outside of the MSW, that's the tire monofill that you see over there by the recycling, area, the shooting range and such as that. The whole idea of that one was that at some point in the future, that they would have some way to process those tires. So basically, they're allowing landfills to stockpile them away from the waste stream, to say, is there gonna be some way in the future that we'd be able to use these tires? So that's kind of the idea behind it. And so even at that, you're required to have it to be covered. So, you can only have so many tires, or you can only have tires uncovered for, I think, a period of 30 days, 30 or 60 days. And so, and that's even cut up in process.
So that's even ground up, you can only have them uncovered for 30 days?
We don't get them too much ground up, but
Well, I mean, if we did our own grinding.
yeah, it's, I would say, what you're dealing with is anything that you're gonna get, the pests, the rodents, the mosquitoes, would have to be covered. The ground up or shredded type tire, we don't necessarily stockpile that. One, we don't get it too often, and then two, it just go in as cover. You could use it as cover for the MSW. So use it in place of dirt.
That's what I was wondering, would it be beneficial to have our own grinder to chew the tires up and use it as cover?
We would have to look into it and see what the cost benefit would be versus shipping it out for about $7,000 is what we're paying right now a year. So you'd have to say a $7,000 investment, what would be the return onto it, how much would it cost to actually buy that type of machine, how much labor you'd put into it, different things like that.
$7,000 would take a lot.
It'd take a lot, yeah. But you could also take more tires. You instead of charging $2 a tire, you could have no charge and grind more tires.
If you could benefit from it, so your offset would be basically using it versus dirt for your cover, would be some of the offset costs.
Do you think we'd outrun the tires versus dirt? Do you think it would overwhelm?
Initially, I would think our dirt's, one, is cheaper than whatever we can get from the tires shredding. And then the tires themselves basically become another compaction element that doesn't compact as well as what earth or dirt would on the soil or on the waste material. So a lot of things that you'd have to consider and take a look at, so, on that one. But at this point would be, just to let you know, the 10% increase, and I'm sure that's gonna be one of many, that we're gonna be, looking at, having to adapt to. So, and thank you, Angie, for the motions. So what I have is, once again, I have, two motions. One would be accept the bid for the liquid asphalt, and then the cold mix. And just for discussion purposes, if you'd like, increase on the, first one would be the liquid asphalt. So increase on it from last year, this year we're paying $2.29. That's for the bulk of the oil, the RS1M, which we use for our chip seal. And then last year we paid $1.90, so it's a 20% increase in our oil. More than we expected in our budget for this year. Just a point to note. So that would be the liquid asphalt. As far as the patching, what you're gonna find on that, I know I'm going beyond, but I'm going ahead and doing the discussion, is you're gonna see basically difference, 77.69, and we generally pick it up. We haven't had them delivered too often. And then last year, we were paying $67.25, so 15.5% increase, is what you see there. Now, the other, for discovery on that one, discussion, is it's not the low bid, but it's the best bid. The low bid is actually Carter Waters, but on the very bottom of the tabulation sheet, we've also found too that the Emporia round trip to the county shop
is 63.8 miles. The round trip to Carter Waters, which would be up in Kansas City, Missouri, would be 228 miles. So best bid, price-wise, for us, would be APAC Shears at $77.69. So that's the discussion I'd have, and then I'd ask that you'd go ahead and entertain those two motions so we can start the purchasing. Yeah, towards the bottom, my sheets, underneath the motion.
Okay, so.
Based on the
below talking
recommendation.
points, yeah, below talking points.
Yes, sir.
2022-12,
Yes,
based upon recommendation of the county engineer, move that the bid submitted by
Ergon.
Asphalt and Emulsions as being the best bid for 2022. Liquid asphalt is shown in the bid tabulation, and to purchase same according to their bid date, March 16th, 2022. Funds to be paid from road and bridge funds. My only question, did they have fuel surcharge on this stuff?
On theirs, they didn't mention anything other than what they had, this listed. So we try to keep it all in
They
here.
might be trying to factor that, they might be trying to factor it into the increased price, but
Yeah.
if not, we could be hit with that.
There was one bid, I don't have the bid tabulation, it's like .007 or something
Per
like that.
gallon, probably per gallon price.
Yeah.
What happens if crude oil goes to $200?
Well, this is the bid that we're
How strong are
agreeing
these
to.
bids?
These are the bids that we're agreeing to, so, we're holding them to this price. We only had, I believe it was, one company on the cold mix. So, on the cold mix tabulation, what we had is the purchase, or to pick that material up, I believe it needed to be picked up by, June. The price was only good until June. But I don't recall that to be on the liquid asphalt. At this point, I don't see anything that would restrict us or basically change that price at this time.
Because you won't take delivery on that until July or August.
That's 1st of July is generally when we do it. If there is a difference or a change comes up, I would have to bring that to you.
Yeah,
So if something does come up in the future, I would change that price, we'd be visiting it again.
They probably bid it, they know they're gonna be held to it, so they probably bid it to where the price will raise it.
There's
20%'s nothing compared to what crude oil's doing.
I mean, if they, worst case, they pulled it, it's just bad business, not to give us a heads up onto it. So that would be the motion for the liquid asphalt.
Motion 2212 has been read. I'll move.
I'll second.
Jesse moved, Don second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Right.
Motion passes. Motion 2022-13, based upon the recommendation of county engineer, move to approve purchase of asphalt cold mix patching material as needed for 2022 projects from APAC Kansas Inc., Shears Division, as being the best bid. The price of $77.69 per ton to be picked up, and or $85.69 per ton FOB county shop. This award is made according to the terms of the bid date, March 16, 2022. Funds to be paid from general fund public works asphalt line item.
Is there a limit to how much, or is there a end date on this?
We have approximately 1,500 tons. So what we do is, as the season is coming to an end, the roads at different levels, different conditions, show up as it dries up. And so we don't really have an account of exactly how much we're gonna use till we basically survey all the roads.
Is this bid good for this year?
It is.
Okay.
As far as I know at
That's what I
this
mean on the
point.
end date.
Yeah, going back to, if anything changes, I'll have to visit with you again.
Also move.
Bob's moved,
All second.
Tim second. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And you're gonna find, as I bring that up, as far as road conditioning's changing a little bit, if you go up to Jacobs Creek, you can see the road there, it's not looking real good. I mean, we're getting a lot of, cracking, that, at that level, what you're gonna have is subgrade failure if we don't address it. You're also seeing over there by Gridley, on the west side, that road that we've already done the double chips on, is basically the trash trucks along the edge of the road is starting to fail along those mailboxes. So, you know, there's gonna be some additional material added as we need to.
The cold mix is something that if you don't use it all, you can set it there and still
For the
still be
most
able to
part.
use it for the most part the following year, or even through the winter.
A little stretch on that one. Once the oil starts, as it will, start evaporating, starting to get old, it's not as viable. So, you know, we have maybe a bucket or two of cold mix right now sitting out there in the yard, but most part, when we order it, we go pick it up and deliver it. So, take it out to site.
Get it while it's fresh.
Yeah. So that's really all I have at this time.
And you said the salt bids are coming out? You said that last week? Was that last week or 2 weeks ago? You got more stuff?
No, it was last week.
It was last week?
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't.
That one should have been, in the newspaper this week.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
The salt bids?
There was four or five bids,
We had-
those bids, but I don't remember whether that was one of them or not.
Yeah, I think we had everything,
There
pretty
was
much
4 or
every.
5 last week.
Yeah, I think we put everything in the newspaper. There might have been one or two things held back just a little
I know
bit from
these
all
2
those
days here,
motions that we had.
These 2 things, we just took action on was in the paper,
Yeah.
and I don't know what else.
They finished up, so, yeah, for the most part, they should. We definitely contact everybody that's, provided, salt to us before, so we, continue to keep that list of folks, and we'll send those out. The governor did proclaim National Surveyors Week, so I don't know if you all saw that, so we did have that one,
National Surveyors Week.
National Surveyors Week. And actually, the county surveyor was, other than the county commission, the county surveyor was one of your first elected officials, back when counties first started.
I'll be darned. So surveyor was actual elected official, huh?
Yes,
I'll be darned.
yeah. I don't know what year that basically they changed that, but actually your county surveyor was one of your first elected officials other than the county commission. And so why? I was having a visit with Kenny this morning, and one of the reasons why is the county surveyor actually was responsible for setting the center corner of all the sections. So of your whole county, their job was to go out and set the center corners of all the sections. So you had the federal surveyors that set the township lines, basically your 6 by 6. Then you had contract surveyors that came in and set the interiors. And then they started selling land in the government, so on, homestead and all that. And then you had your county surveyors, then at that point set the centers. So now you could divide up and make your 160-acre tract.
So where did the correction strips come involved?
The correction is what you're having is, everything is true north for the most part. So if you looked at any of the old maps and such as that, you have what they call declaration lines. So the magnetic pole curves up, and so all your longitudinal lines curve. And so basically the correction lines is the straight line. Everything that's straight on a grid is how that comes about. And so what we have is over on 16th Road, you have about a half a mile correction line.
Yeah, over there in Lebo, we have a couple of them.
Well, in every township, you're gonna have a correction.
Oh.
But once again, what you're doing is you're taking basically, true north, and so you're going 6 miles, and you have a curvature actually starts affecting your line after 5. And so that's what you're doing there. So you'll have correction lines there on your townships. Yeah. But the correction line that we have in our county, is basically 16th Road. That's the reason why your roads are a half a mile long.
I'll be darned. Interesting.
That's their standard parallel, is what they call that one.
Wade?
But
I've got 2 things while Wayne's here. The first one, since this most relates to him, and I'll just go ahead and hand it out now. this release for driving record, if you remember our conversation about that.
okay.
I had that.
This is a different one with,
Oh, different one?
I mean, it's the same, but it's different, it's taken out
Oh, okay.
some of the,
Thank you.
so, in essence, the issue was getting at the front end, the driving record run for someone who's gonna be a potential employee, especially if they're gonna be driving county vehicles. Wayne had indicated previously, I think he had several applicants, and he was sort of in a holding pattern until the board took action regarding this particular issue. So, some of the language that was included last week, I took out. You'll have to make a decision in the future whether you want, how much of a background check the board wants to require for county employment. Right now, the driving record is the topic at hand. So, if this meets your approval, it does talk about some of the other items in this particular release, but for right now, the focus is the driving record. So, you have a look.
For the driving record, do we actually need the social security number on this?
It might, I mean, it might help. This is a document that would be a personnel record, so it's not, I mean, if any of it would be subject to an open records request, which I don't know why it would, then any personal information would be redacted. So a social security number, there's no reason why anybody would need a social security number. But if you're running somebody's name and date of birth and it doesn't match up and you have a common name, we deal with it in the county attorney's office all the time. You want to make sure you have the right person that you're running their record for.
So do we need to adopt this into our hiring pack? Is that what we need to do, Wade, or what do we need to do?
I think if this is something you're wanting done, I think you need to, one, determine the scope of, is it for people who are going to be driving as a matter of course? I think over in Road and Bridge, the majority of the people over there they're required to have a CDL.
Yes, sir.
Or eligible I guess they can get their CDL. So at least for that part of it, I know the sheriff's department goes through their own more extensive background check than what this requires.
Well, Billy or Susie that works over in the mapping, wherever, could check out a county vehicle and drive it. So I feel that any employee that is employed by Coffee County should fill this out in their hiring pack.
I don't
And we're
dispute that.
being equal to everybody.
And we're being equal to everybody.
To me, that's the most important thing, is keeping everybody on the same level.
I would agree, but right now we had brought it up to deal with Wayne
Right.
and his Road and Bridge. So I'm always
I
more,
would say as the paperwork comes, when you're hiring somebody or being a elected official, this is part of your check-in.
so we'll have to explore the elected official a little bit more, because I'm not sure you can require an elected official to, as far as my opinion, I think it should be for everybody, but I think requiring an elected official to do it, there may be some legal obstacles there. But
The elected official can check out a county vehicle
I
and drive
understand.
it.
Yeah, but what if they refuse?
So there's an AG opinion from several years ago, and it deals with, I believe, a sheriff in another county and a nepotism policy, and the requirement under the county policy and procedure for that elected official to not violate the nepotism policy. And as an elected official, that individual has the right to hire whoever they want, even if it's in violation of the county nepotism policy. That's the summary. Now, this may be a little bit different, but I need to look into that just to make sure. So I think it's fair to say that, it's for every county employee. If you want to include, elected officials, I guess you deal with that particular issue when somebody says, no, I'm not interested.
Well, I mean, for the time being, we can do county employees, because Wayne's gonna be hiring people for summer help. You've
Right.
got the weed department gonna be hiring people for summer help. So I think it's something that needs to be done, and you can do the research on, like, I already got mine halfway filled out, but I don't care, so.
I mean,
So, I mean, I think it's something we need to get done ASAP.
But if anybody wants to drive a county vehicle, I think that's, so anybody who is going to be employed by the county, or if they're gonna operate a county vehicle, then they need to have, and I think you could encompass that into elected officials. If they're not gonna drive a county vehicle, then I guess it doesn't matter. But
at the time they're hired, we don't know whether they're gonna drive a county vehicle or not.
who, the elected official?
Okay, I'm talking about employees as a whole.
Sure, I think the fair thing to do, in my opinion, is include anybody who is going to potentially operate a county vehicle that they're, it's done by our insurance carrier as a matter of course, at least once a year. This is trying to get it at the front end where, it's done by our insurance carrier as a pre-employment measure. This is pre-employment, that we're talking about.
Who will these go to?
These authorization for release of information. Initially, it should be, for example, in Wayne's department, it should go to him, and then there should be a personal file for that particular individual that it goes in that. Now, for somebody to get a hold of that, and I guess if there came down to some sort of lawsuit and a court subpoena signed by a judge, and that would be the only way, but that would be very limited, and there would be a I don't want to call it a gag order, but a non-disclosure. I mean, the courts are very aware of this type of protected information.
So if you put it part of your hiring pack, it would be kept here in the courthouse, in your personnel file, would it not?
Correct.
It wouldn't be in Wayne's office.
Well,
It would be, or in the weed department office, it would be here.
Well, I think it would have to start out there though, because they apply to.
Where I would use it is the application. One is I put it in with our blank application. Well, no, I'm gonna take that back. It does not need to be in the application. It needs to be when I make an offer to that
In the
individual.
hiring pack.
Basically, yes, that this would be put in, but then our personnel files are not kept here. We actually have a locked file cabinet for all of our personnel files in our department. That may not be the case for all the others, but ours is so large that we do have the personnel in a locked file cabinet.
So,
And that'd be up to Angie if she wants to change it, but, that's where it's at now.
so I think ultimately these would probably be run through the, either, I don't know who would run them, but through the clerk's office, because then the insurance carrier would have to be notified. They'd have to get a copy of the release and then, go from there. And then the next question is, once that driving record is provided, then where does it go? And I would suggest it go back and be a part of that personnel file, so if there are any issues, because driving records change obviously over time, but at least initially you want to know what you're dealing with. So,
I think that does bring up a question. Once we get these filled out, we want to give a copy of these to Angie to run up through the insurance? I would think
I
so.
would say, kind of like how we do our auto insurance
Yes.
now.
Yeah, if we're good with that, we'll do that. That'd be part of the procedure.
That way you've got one, they've got one, they can send it to the
They
insurance.
send it up to the insurance. She can tell us yay or nay, because we also do the drug test. We get that from the hospital. And so we have to have all those things done before we give you the CP2, which would be the payroll notice,
Mhm.
basically. So we just run it up to Angie then after we get it filled out.
And you've had a chance to look at that, does that meet what you would like to see on your end?
I believe so. With enough information for the insurance, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think just having a motion to,
Authorization of release form for driving record?
driving record for pre-employment purposes.
So moved. For pre-employment.
Pre-employment driving record release for pre-employment reasons. Bob moved,
Second.
Tom seconded. Any further discussion?
You might add, specifically related to county employees who will be operating a county insured motor vehicle.
That could be any county employee.
It could be,
So, I mean, if it's just a pre-employment for any employee, that covers that.
right, so, and if somebody doesn't wanna operate a county motor vehicle, then,
They don't have to, but they still have to do this.
well, I mean, now,
This is part of the pre-employment package for Coffee County.
I mean, that's what I understand you're wanting to see happen.
That's what it- Just like the drug test.
Bob's moved, Tom seconded. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Does there need to be a signature on this or anything, or there's nothing to
No.
sign off on, commission?
The second thing, and I think I'll plant the seed right now, but then bring it up, and I think it can be a tail end conversation. Wayne and I had an initial conversation about how does somebody move through the new salary schedule, whether that be moving from, one classification to another, or whether somebody within let's say they're a 25, and they are, one of the employees in the county attorney's office is a 25, we'll say they're a 25-1, and they want, instead of going one step up, something they've done identifies themselves to have excelled at that particular position, and they go up 2 or 3, which is unusual. What is that mechanism? So within our salary compensation study, Appendix D is where we'll pick it up in a little bit, because we have a couple people we need to deal with. But Appendix D references compensation policies and procedures, new hires, annual increases, promotions, demotions, top of the range, changes in pay grade. And I think right now, because you're considering the CP5s and requests there, I think it's a right conversation, so we can sort of not do something that's outside of what was put into that salary study.
Agreed.
And I've got handouts for everybody in case they don't know what I'm talking about.
We're running a little behind.
Yep, so we can do that later.
10:35, Cheryl? Waverly Senior Center?
That
Remodel
was me.
funds? How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing fine, sorry we're a little late.
It's okay, I'm retired.
You're retired. I think you said that.
What kind of? Well, thank you so much for our new flooring. Our building looks fantastic.
Good.
But we didn't go a little over budget. With the building as old as it is, we had to have some pretty major plumbing done, and it was $1,677 over what you guys had given us already. And then we had the floor in the ladies' room, we had to have some new stringers put in. The guy that was doing the floor kind of fell through. So I'm just asking if we could get like 2,000 more to put back into our account so we can operate for the year. I do have, the stringers and things we got from the Waverly Lumberyard, because you need to keep your.
Local.
And then this is our final bill that we had paid. with the 1677, and I'm sorry I didn't bring a copy for everybody.
We can make copies.
So anyhow, that leaves us with like $5,000 in our account for basic operating expenses. And since we have till next February, the nutrition site does not provide a lot of stuff that they used to, like the salt and pepper and milk. Well, they provide milk, but it's 1%. And not anybody likes to drink 1% milk. So we're having a little bit more expenses coming out. We had to get the internet because everything we do now is through the internet. So our expenses, we're afraid we might not have enough to run on for the rest of the year. So we were wondering if you could help us put at least the extra $2,000 back into our account.
Which part of that covers the 1,600, is what you're saying?
Yes, the 1,600, and then there was like 500 for extra stringers and clamps and poles and,
But that's in the 1,600, is it not?
no.
No, it's not.
No,
Okay.
because we just asked them to charge so we could get some done through Waverly Lumber.
But all you're asking for is an extra $2,000, but you have about that much that is extra.
Correct, it's 1677 for the plumbing, and then about 500 for the
So it'd be 2,100.
lumber.
It'd be 2,200.
How about if you just turn the bill for the extra into us, because I'm not in favor of giving you this money to operate on. If you just turn that bill into us and we reimburse you that extra amount, which was basically, it wasn't something you planned, but it had to be done with the flooring and stuff.
Yeah, that would be great.
To me, that is a more proper way to do it than you pay it and then come in and say, well, we're gonna need money to run, because what I'm gonna tell you is, well, you run, and if you run out, then you come back. But since that was part of the, in a sense, part of the project, unforeseen, myself, I would rather just pay those two bills, reimburse you for those two that you took out, and then
Okay.
you're on your own, because you do get money from the county to operate on.
Exactly, and thank you so much for that. But, and that will be fine. I mean,
I think
it's
it
all
keeps it-
paid and.
I think
then
it keeps
you-
it cleaner if we pay for the exact amount of dollars for the whole project.
And
I
that
agree
would
with
be-
all that. To me, that keeps everything clean.
And that would be fine.
And you're only talking about $2,200, a couple $100 over $2,000.
And then you could go buy some salt and pepper.
Mainly it's the 2% milk. So, anyhow, do you
So
want
does
me
she need to turn them into Angie then? She
I
can
think
give
just
them to
turn those
Angie?
in and
This is for
we
the,
just pay them as part of
It'd be good
Stringers
voucher
and
next
part
month.
of the project.
and then
Because
this
voucher
was
next
what we paid, and
At least
this
we
was
can.
additional
Sunday.
plumbing.
So you've
To me,
already
that's
paid
my
them.
thinking.
Yeah, and she paid that also, it was
Okay.
500.
They've already paid.
Oh, they've
the-
already, okay.
So we
They've
can
already
just reimburse them
Just
that
reimburse.
money,
Okay, but attach these to that.
attach
voucher.
those to that,
Yeah.
that project.
Okay.
And my husband drew a picture on the back with the stringers and stuff, they all went.
Hey, we gotta have artwork.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will write a check to you for all of this.
That sounds good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you all have a nice day.
You too, stay dry.
We are going to invite you out for coffee on a Saturday morning so you can see all the work you put into our building.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day.
Goldberg and
Question was gonna come out of
Associates.
What budget it come out of, and I can't find my,
Are we
it
up,
came out
sir?
community improvement. Yeah.
You are up.
Okay.
Sorry, we're behind.
All right. Budget thing.
More than mine, 15 minutes, that's close to the norm.
We're doing all right. You're doing great.
Larry's one that'll give us further behind.
He's gonna make it go back.
I'm always at the end of every agenda, and I wonder why. Anyhow, I wanted to visit with you all about the possibility of considering some different avenues for funding this project, and that being that there are sources of revenue from detaining prisoners from other jurisdictions that would help reimburse the county for the investment it's making in this project. and I'm talking in this case specifically about the marshals, there is no doubt. I won't spend a lot of time giving you an overview, but we're working with the marshals all over the place. To give you an idea how bad things are, they literally need somewhere around 12,000 beds in the Midwest. And part of it is the executive order now denying them access to private facilities. There's lots of reasons, but the point is that if you look at the current housing rate, which is about 85 to 95 bucks a day, compared to 45 bucks a day, for instance, for Kansas DOC or other local jurisdictions, you can see the revenue is substantial. To give you an idea, if, for instance, you didn't build the 60 beds that we ostensibly have proposed and you have approved, but you went ahead and built the extra 32 beds or the 92 beds that ultimately I have shelled out for you, that would give you a range of about $1.1 million to $1.2 million annually in revenue, which would go a long way to paying the bond payment, which I figure will be somewhere around $1.3 million. So there's lots of considerations, and part of the reason I'm asking you to consider this is because it would modify the materials that we would help prepare to start presenting this to the community. In other words, they could see this as a venture that it's not just all flowing out the door, but some of it's coming back. On the other hand, there may be members of your community that want nothing to do with bringing in federal prisoners, and we get that too. We also understood that there were people that stood up at a microphone in front of the county board and said they would support a 60-bed facility, but they wouldn't support an 80 or 90 or 100-bed facility. So all these things are issues, but I have to tell you, the marshals are following me around the Midwest, and for instance, at a county where we're finishing up a justice center, they would love to sign a contract for 30 or 40 beds. And part of the reason, as Wade will tell you, that we would need to have some decision on this is because of what you may have heard me refer to as the IRS 10% rule. And Congress is even screwed with that now. So that the definition is this, that if you would get revenue on the facility from Wawa County or the city of XYZ or whatever, means nothing. You can still do tax-exempt bonds. But if you use federal revenues, the marshals or ICE, it cannot exceed 10% of your annual payment. That's a fundamental change from 10% of your beds or 10% of your square footage, whichever's less, that we've used in places like Cape Girardeau, Missouri, under the CAP grant program. This is now changed to 10% of your annual payment. So what we would do is we would bifurcate the bond issue, and we would allocate a portion of it for tax-exempt bonds and a portion of it for taxable bonds. You with me? Okay. And all of this would have to be carefully done and then presented to you and your community appropriately. Now, the good news is we just did this in Woodbury County in Sioux City, the 450-bed Justice Center facility that's under construction. So it can be done. The good news is taxable rates are literally a few basis points above tax-exempt rates. It used to be there was a substantial difference. There isn't. There hasn't been for the past several years. And when we did Woodbury, it was around 6 or 7 basis points, literally was the only difference. So they would have been foolish not to have entered into an agreement with the marshals there and who badly want beds there. And so we did. For the $50 million deal, we literally did $25 million in tax exempt, and we issued the taxable first and issued the tax exempt second as a hedge. You with me? Because it was a few basis points less, and I would do the same thing here. So there's ramifications for this, but I'm bringing this to your attention because it will affect how we present this to the community, at least as a possibility. And I would like for you all to think about it. And obviously we're hopefully going to start working with an ad hoc committee and getting their thoughts representative of the community. Does this make sense?
Will the Fed, will they commit up front prior to building?
We're starting to see commitments. Osage got a signed letter with the marshals that had as much of a commitment for rate, numbers, and so forth as we have seen lately.
So, okay, let's say the marshals commit to 30 rooms, 30 beds.
Right.
Do they pay on that rather they're full or not?
Correct.
So they pay. So I think a lot of people in the county, and I'm not going to speak for all the people in the county, but the stuff that is brought to me, show me a rate of return on this facility. What's it going to, what's it going to cost? What are we going to make off of it? So I think and we got to have all this, we're still kind of changing the game as we're playing it, but I think if a person, A, could get commitment from the marshals of X amount of beds, commitment of dollar per bed.
Right.
A commitment
The terms and conditions.
The terms and conditions that they're gonna pay rather there's a body in that bed or not.
Right.
I think a person has a lot better chance at moving it.
Who has the say of what prisoner are brought into Coffee County on this?
Yes, and you can designate that it would be nonviolent, that it would be white collar crime primarily, that they would be released at the point of origin rather than the point of incarceration. Understand the marshals are responsible for the care, housing, and transportation of prisoners en route. In other words, they represent the transportation arm, if you will, for DEA, ATF, Bureau of Prisons, ICE, the whole 9 yards. So these people are awaiting trial, federal trial, and in your case, not dissimilar to Osage, you're in pretty good position as a straight a shout south of the federal courts in Topeka. The fact is if you look at it, you've got federal courts in Wichita, Topeka, Kansas City, so you've got kind of a central location between them that the marshals would find logistically attractive. Understand, I want to make sure that you understand, I will work and rework the numbers to try and illustrate the issues as Jesse outlines. I'm not here to sell you on housing marshals. I'm perfectly satisfied with the decisions that we made. Now, what I probably would have done nonetheless is bid a shelled pod or two as a bid alternate, just so you would have had that information, whether you chose to pull the trigger now, in 2 years, 5 years, or whatever. So I'm not here because I've got a dog in this race. As far as I'm concerned, the decisions you've made have been good and responsive to the feedback you've gotten from your community. I just don't want the sheriff or the marshal walking in here. For instance, if in fact other counties have already set up financing on a tax exempt basis, now want to go back and dedicate 20 or 30 beds to the marshals, we now have to do what's called a refunding, where you buy back the bonds and reissue them as taxable. And I just want to avoid that. It's messy, it can be expensive, it pales compared to the revenue, but if we can avoid that sort of thing, I want you to be able to make a decision with full access to the options.
This commitment, Larry, the number of beds, they also commit $85 or $90 per day.
Correct.
How long is that commitment for? 12 months, 5 years, 10 years?
It's an annual commitment, renewable every year.
Renewable every year?
Yeah.
Renegotiate the value each year?
I'm not sure. What I want to do is get my hands on the one that Osage signed with the marshals and see what all that contains, and obviously pass that on to you all.
So Larry, one of the things that I think continues to maybe go back and forth, we had the 78 beds, then the last conversation was 60. How does the difference between the two impact what the revenue stream would be if that's the route that Coffee County wanted to go?
Well, the fact is we show you all needing 75 to 80 beds within the next 20 years. You don't need to build all those beds now. It would be great if you did, but you don't need to. If your community says we're going to support 60 beds to get this thing moving with space for expansion in the years to come, then it seemed like 60 beds was the best compromise. But then I wouldn't necessarily plan on much revenue at all from outside jurisdictions, because chances are you're going to fill the beds. If you build 78 beds, in other words, you would do one more pod, then you'd say, okay, maybe we can fit 12, 16, 18 beds. If you did the 2 extra pods, bringing you up to the 92, then you could do 30 beds and so forth, but maybe even 40 beds. But I don't want the community to lose what support it would have for the project as a whole, because we were grabbing at revenue that your community would just as soon not see materialize.
So Larry, if it's 60 beds and the revenue would not be what it would be with 60 or 78 beds, where does that revenue come from if it's a revenue bond?
Well, then that revenue would still come from the marshals. You would just sign a smaller housing contract with them. You'd say we're going to sign 20 beds instead of a 40 or a 15 bed instead of, and they would respond. They would say, sorry, we need more beds than that in the area. We'll look for something else.
So you might not get any. Yeah, instead of 20, you want to give them 10 or 7, and this isn't big enough to be worth our while.
Yeah. I don't know. It would be a discussion between
Right.
Sheriff Johnson and the marshal and so forth.
I think the biggest problem with the communities is they hear federal. They always think the absolute worst,
Yeah.
man-eaters, women-eater, type deal, and they think that they're gonna be let out on the
Get
street
terrorists,
in Burlington, Kansas.
Yeah.
And that's not the case. They're taken back to where they was captured.
Right.
That's a correct statement.
But I think a lot of
You can put that in, everything here is negotiable with the U.S. Marshal Service. But I know 2 agencies that put it in their agreement, there'll be no federal prisoners released in their county. Wherever they picked them up, that's where they take them back, and then the U.S. Marshals, the federal, would then do the release. So, again, all we are is a Motel 6. We're just housing them, for them ready to go to trial, and then we take them back. We're just making money off of it. That's all it is.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all.
Do we transport those inmates, or is it a federal marshal's transport?
Again, depends on how much money you wanna make. It's all kind of like a tier. If you're willing to go get them and bring them back, you know, you're making $75. If you're gonna take them to the doctor's office when they respond, you get another $10. You know, it's all based on what you can do for the marshal service is where your money's coming from. And I can tell you right now, it's $60 or it's $105 right now, and that's across the state. And it depends on what services you're willing to give them. And I can tell you that there's an agency that's got 4 federal beds. Right now, 4 federal beds, that's all they have. U.S. Marshals are taking whatever they got. And then there's places that got 1,000. You know, it's just whatever you're available to do right now, because like Larry said, they're hurting for bed space.
My question is, why is the government charging the county a tax for the revenue that is being made from the government? I mean, that's something that just, are they not wanting you to help the ICE?
I don't know. They've always considered it to be double dipping if bondholders don't pay federal or state tax on their interest from their bonds derived from federal detainees. I've never understood it, and what's more is it can be a fine line, Jesse. For instance, I know sheriffs that have ended up holding federal prisoners on an incidental basis years after their jail was built and funded with tax-exempt bonds, and they've held a few here and a few there and a few there and a few here, and they've never had a problem with the IRS because it's been ruled incidental. But if going into the deal, your intent is to hold federal prisoners, then the IRS 10% rule has to apply. And I don't know if you heard, they've now changed, it's 10% of your annual payment, not 10% of your beds or square footage.
Well, I think we need to figure it out, because time's running. Tom doesn't think that it's gonna help. It's not gonna help at all.
It's not gonna help your promotion of it at all, I don't believe. I could be wrong.
See, the difference is,
Well,
I'm sorry.
I'm sitting here as taxpayer Joe, that at the first meeting we had, and the only one we had, I mean, I heard it time and time again was, I understand you need a jail, build a jail, and now we're turning into some money-making adventure here. What is it making us now? Nothing. I mean, we know what it costs us, it's whatever his budget is, basically. So, I mean, if we add more beds than what we had and we get some of that revenue back, then kudos. I mean, we run across it every year. Every department comes in here and says, well, I need more money in my budget. I need more money in our budget. We're gonna be in the same situation here. I don't know why we can't do the same. Just add to it. Maybe I'm not thinking about it the right way, but, I mean, like Jesse said, when most Joe Public's gonna hear federal prisoners, and they're gonna think Fort Leavenworth detainees are coming to Coffee County, Kansas, and it's
just the mentality that's out there, and
well,
not
I mean,
knowing,
you know,
not knowing,
you know,
not
well,
knowing that.
Here's maybe a difference, and Tom, I want to respond to your comment. In other jurisdictions in Kansas and elsewhere, they were going to enter into a contract with the feds, or the chances are they weren't going to be able to fund their project. In other words, their sales tax platform wasn't enough. They didn't want to resort to an ad valorem tax with a largely agricultural community. So if we didn't change the arithmetic on the deal somehow, it wasn't going to end up being done. Coffee County's not in that position. and I'm not trying to be presumptuous, I'm just suggesting, in your case, you've got some other options that don't rest on outside revenue. So the question is, why spend more than you have to? So, because it's not free. The extra beds will cost us will cost the project money.
If say we do 60 beds, approximately how many would we be able to lease out?
Initially,
Yes, maybe
10. Maybe 10.
10. But if we don't have a full, could we release more out at that time?
Bob, you just gotta remember that whatever you contract with, you can't fill with local people, with local jurisdictions or what we have. So if you say that out of those 60 beds, 20 of them go to the Marshal Service,
We
you
can't
can't put 43 in there because that's 3 beds the feds don't have, they're paying for it.
They're paying.
And when they call you, you have to go get them and bring them in, you got a place for them.
If we lease 10 to the federal, and that would leave us 50, but we could be housing locals for others
Absolutely.
until, yeah,
At a cheaper price.
at a cheaper price, but we could still be doing that, right?
Absolutely.
Do you think we're breaking even? Are we breaking even? Probably not even breaking even on housing other jurisdiction inmates here.
Nowhere even close to breaking even. Not
So
even
that's-
close.
That's what I'm saying, we're not even breaking even on what we're doing.
I don't have space to hold but 1 or 2 from
Right,
somebody else.
right.
And that's just, if they call and say that, Tom, I gotta have a space, then we'll make them a space, but, we're holding our own people, that's all there is to it.
If a person did 10 beds at 55, I just figure $55 a day for the feds. 200,000, 750, 40 beds is 803, 20 beds is 401.
I think 55 is lower.
I'm just running
Absolutely.
small numbers.
Absolutely.
And if he's talking 100, well, you can just take that times, that doubles everything.
Yeah.
But could we contract, let's say 20 beds when it's done, and then we find out a year later that we can only actually fulfill 15, because you say it's renegotiated every year, is that correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That could be changed annually, I'm sure.
Absolutely. The way to do it is to start out slow. Start out with 10, and then go to 20 the following year, whatever, and see what you can fill. If you don't have all these, local counties surrounding us wanting to house prisoners, then you've got more money for that $100 bill a day from the feds compared to 45 days from the surrounding counties.
Everybody asks, how you gonna pay for it? How you gonna pay for it as well? So, I don't know.
Well, I think in one of our discussions with Tom, maybe it was with the previous administration, that the cost of the taxpayers now to house, not counting salaries for deputies and this and that and the other, it was right around $650,000 a year just to maintain it as it sits.
Just a little less than $700,000 what my budget is, $660, I think.
Yeah.
Is my jail
So
budget.
it's costing the taxpayers right now $600,000-700,000 a year just to house the locals.
To do what we do now.
And that's going up right now because meals just went up.
Oh, yeah, I am sure everything there as
Just
well,
is.
so that's why I'm gonna say, you're gonna add when it comes budget time, you're gonna say, okay, this went up, so I need more money, or utilities went up, so I need more money. Where are we gonna get it from when that goes? We're gonna pull out of the general fund and add to your budget, just like we do with all the other ones. So, we bond this other one out, and I think it was $1 million a year, or whatever it was. In payments or something, I don't have the numbers in front of me, I'm sorry, so.
That's.
And you still get to house other counties, inmates, whatever, holding them for, so you're still generating some revenue to make, instead of $600,000 a year taxpayer cost, it might, I know it's, sorry, the verbiage didn't come to me right away, just.
I get what you're saying.
But it's gonna help offset the cost somewhat by housing out-of-county prisoners, inmates, if you will,
All right, so the question is, do you split the difference? Do you say in the final analysis,
I think
60 might be too small, 92 is more than the community's prepared to support, so you do one more pod and you cut it off at 78, which is the equivalent to where needs assessment said Coffee County would be in 15 or 20 years. Is that a reasonable compromise? And I'm not asking for you to make a decision this morning. I'm just trying for you all to have enough to think about that then you can guide us sometime in the next few weeks, because we're gonna start needing to prepare materials.
we're gonna need to get out there.
And we're gonna need to get out there.
I'll just let you know where my mind's coming from, it's just, you know, it
Yeah.
costs the taxpayers so much now. I think if that's what we can convey to them, that, you know, this is what it costs you now, when this is all said and done, I hate to say leave the federal part out of it, but it is,
I think you about gotta pull the federal part into
You gotta
it
pull the federal into it
to
to make it work.
justify doing it.
You take 30 beds of the feds, and if it's $90, you know, that's give or take $2,700 a year, or a day, times a year, there's $900,000 income with the 30, which is gonna more than pay for the extra cost for maybe an extra jailer, maybe an extra detective. To me, when we go to the public, we need to look at some scenarios that'll document or prove that the increase in 30 beds will absolutely more feds way, is my looking at it right now. If the $90 there, and if you can get a signed contract with the federal marshals, and if there's a degree of inmates, it's not an issue. They're not released in Coffee County, they're released back where they came from. To me, it might even be easier to promote the 90 beds than it is the 60. Because the 60, your pay out there is very low, if any.
Larry?
To me, you need to look maybe beyond the 60 for the possibility for the higher payout with a guaranteed contract.
Remembering back to the Burlington meeting, I think we need to stress that so the sheriff will be able to say what prisoners are brought here.
Well, and we was going on Justice Center as well. We was going courts and everything, and that was a very heated, not heated, it was a very loose meeting, I guess maybe I should say, that there was a lot of misinformation that was thrown out there through the social media world, and there was a lot of non-factual stuff going on. I agree, we need to, you know, the main thing was there, you know, we don't need the Taj Mahal, we need something that works. And so that was part of going back to 60 beds. Mm-hmm. You know, we're trying to find a happy medium that Joe Public is fine with. And so that's why we was going back to 60 beds. They really didn't hear much of anything about housing other people's problems. We house other people's problems anyway, it's just on a county level or a city level, it's not on a federal level, which is probably easier to deal with than the county.
Have you all gotten feedback, positive or otherwise, about this whole concept of putting it behind the courthouse, attaching it to the courthouse, leaving off the courts, all that stuff, that it's much more a straight law enforcement center now? Have you gotten, hopefully, positive response, at least from some of your community members?
Yes. The one I had was, you're gonna build it right beside the school?
I could receive
I
that
said,
too.
it's right beside the school now. I had one that didn't even realize that we was talking about building the new jail. Had zero information about it.
Well, Larry, Tom said go small, and I agree with him on that. But if we did the 78, that's the next pod, right?
Right.
If we put at least that whole pod out to federal, what would that bring us in? And how long would it take us to pay for that extra pod?
How many beds is in that
by
pod?
just federal?
Well, if you went from 60 to 78, it's 18.
That's $1,600.
He's saying 60 to begin with, but you're saying now 78
78.
beds. But let's just, again, it all depends. So let's say that we put out,
Least expense, Tom, least, just go with the least.
let's just say we put out 25. Let's say out of that 78 bed facility, 25 of those were federal inmates. Then 25 inmates at $100 a pop. Because Don had the
That's $900,000 a year.
You know, it's one of those deals, I don't know how to explain it, but it's one of those deals, you build a little bit larger in this situation, it's got better opportunity for payout, in my opinion.
I'm all about that, but again, just like you said earlier, the reason we didn't do that is because there was so much feedback that we dropped it down to 60. I mean, and again, we're saying the same thing we've said to begin with. Larry said to begin with, the 78 bed facility was probably gonna be our best option. It wasn't the 90 bed, 96 bed, and it wasn't the 60 bed, because that would give us the best result, I guess, of revenue coming in to help pay for it.
I agree 100%. If we would've went with, and how I say we, if it'd been 78 bed period, no justice center or judicial, I think there would've been a little bit better discussion down at Kelly Park, possibly. And the lack of knowledge of where it was gonna be.
Lack of location.
Lack of location was another issue, and so I think there was just a lot of negatives that was pointing back at us. We know where it's gonna be. It's not gonna, I say it's not gonna cost much more to build it once and build it right, but it is gonna cost more money. But you've got the possibility of bringing revenue off of that extra. And I just figured that was $900,000. What's adding a pod cost? That was 16 beds, right?
Yeah. I wanna say about 600,000.
600,000 is what that pod's gonna cost?
Yeah. And the reason being is, that seems a little low, except I already had into the cost for the 60 beds, the shell for the additional pods, outside wall slab, utility stubs, roof insulation, trunk drops, and so forth. So you're really putting in the cells and the furniture, hooking them up and so forth. So it's...
You know, that's my suggestion, that extra cell, pay for itself in 1 year, maybe not take net out, but...
Roughly, probably
Yeah,
two.
you go, you know, then you got the opportunity the third and fourth year, that's extra funds coming in
To help pay for everything else.
helps pay for it. It's one of those situations, a little bit more now, will pay you dividends, and the other down the road. And for, you go to 78 beds, Tom, you know, chances are the first year, you might even be able to go to the federal marshals with either 30 or 40, because your population of your jail is not gonna go from 22 or 24 or 26 to 40 overnight.
True.
So the first year, you probably farm 40 out to the feds. Maybe the next year, because of increase locally, we need to move it down to 30. You know, instead of starting out low there, you probably need to start out high and then reduce it as, I hate to think we're gonna have more local inmates, but it sounds like that's a possibility.
Yeah, what I'd have to do is just go back and see what I've done and what we've done, again, just like Larry's research company. They said in the next 25 years we'll be 78. What have I done in the last 5? How many people am I, you know, farming out each year in the past 2 years? I could probably come up pretty close to what I'm expecting the next 5 years to be. And so, I think we can come up that number, obviously, pretty quickly.
But would your numbers not drop farming out because you're able to keep these people separate? Now you can't keep, like, if you've got 2 people on the same crime or 4 people on the same crime, you really can't keep them separate where they can't intervene.
Absolutely, I've got pods, that's all I do, having pods, piece of the pie.
You can keep them away from
Absolutely,
each other.
there's no...
So really your numbers of farming out now, those numbers aren't really true, because if you've got 3 people under 1 arrest, you've got to farm 3 of them, hold 1 here and send 2 somewhere else. So realistically, those numbers aren't gonna be correct.
Well, what I'm talking about is, I can tell you how many times that I've had an inmate sit in another jail because I don't have room. That's the whole point of not having the bed space. So that I could tell you. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not that I could or couldn't house them, it's, I didn't have the bed space to put anybody if I wanted to.
Right.
You may have the bed space, but because you've got juveniles, you got ladies, you got
No
men.
juveniles, don't even say that, we can't hold juveniles, so
Okay,
we
yeah.
don't do that.
Yeah, they're going to, okay. But because you can't intermingle them, you've got empty bed, even when you take 6 out, you may have 4 empty beds here, because you can't intermingle.
Right, and if I have 2 pod cells, most of them are two room, two beds. And so if I got one woman in that cell, and I don't have another woman, I'm losing the bed space.
Mhm.
That's what you're saying.
So you gotta farm that person out.
Well, if I'm full and I got a male, I can't put them in the female's
Right.
bed, I've got to farm them out.
Well, and that's part of the reason that everything you've heard me say is based on 85% occupancy. That's what Tom and I refer to as custody slippage. If I've got a pod that holds 12 people, and Wednesday night, 7 of them are gals, I can't fill those extra empty 5 beds with guys.
Right.
I mean, just to use a basic, issue. And,
I think the 78 could be a very feasible number, and the reason I say that is because when we first started this Justice Center, we took Justice Center out of it. 90 was a number mentioned in the original, and we cut back from 90 somewhere else. So we're cutting out the justice system, we're cutting back from 90 to maybe 78. And I think a lot of people out there are gonna see, hey, we're cutting back, and we're having a jail now. I think that they might be more on board with it. And we can probably justify the 78, because of revenue coming in. But we have to ensure the people that those people are not gonna be released here. I think that's a big scare.
it is, and so what would happen is Tom would negotiate the terms, conditions of an intergovernmental housing agreement with the marshals that would remain unexecuted until after the 2nd of August. And if you get thumbs up from your community, that agreement gets executed, and we move forward with the 78. Otherwise, we'd move forward with the 60.
Well, I think what people need to realize is, we're going to build a jail. We've got to do a jail, it's gonna cost us some money, no matter what. If we can get a little revenue to help with it, maybe that's where we need to be.
So Larry, you said the current administration at the federal level, they ended privatization of federal prisoners.
Correct.
So has that historically happened before? Because the current administration is only a 4-year term, so let's say you have another administration, can they open up the privatization again? And then, I mean, I'm trying to answer a question, have a question answered before it's asked later, because
And
then
that is down the road, how do we know it won't change? And
because if you're banking on, and it's a year to year, what happens in, what's the next presidential cycle?
2024.
Just, I mean, you have 20 beds from the federal level today, but a new administration takes over and they open it back up and say, well, is that gonna continue, and is that revenue stream gonna be there? And I think, in an answer to Don's question, you go 90, which isn't what I think you have to know potentially what happens on the backside.
well, let me answer it this way. If the marshals that I'm working with are telling me the truth, and the sum, the aggregate total in the Midwestern region is anywhere close to 12,000, and you say, all right, a more conservative or more law and order administration or attitude pervades Washington, is that number gonna go down, or is it gonna go up? Okay, because there's more arrestees, less bonds, you've got multiple offenders not being released like they are now, and on and on and on. Or at the worst case scenario, you say, okay, then in places like Kansas, you don't need 2,000 beds for the marshals, you need 1,200. Well, right now, I can tell you the marshals are nowhere close to 1,200 beds in Kansas. which is why they're chasing around after my projects. So the question, Wade, is would there be a scenario that they would come to Coffee County and say, nope, we're pulling all our federal prisoners? It hasn't happened to me yet in all the places I've done facilities that the feds have occupied. Could it happen? Yes. And in that case, you would run scenarios where you say, then would we then turn to Kansas DOC and other communities, even though they would pay $40 to $50 a day instead of $80 to $90 a day, and is that your fallback? In other words, we'll run break-even numbers on a couple scenarios so you guys can make a decision.
That's a number we can make up. We can tell what we're gonna charge for the other counties.
It's already set.
Well, I mean, it's set now, but once we get something else, is that a yearly set, what it costs?
For me to charge somebody else to help?
Yeah.
$45 is what you've signed off on, that everybody else is doing is $45 a day.
But that's what I'm saying, if something happens with the federal marshal side, we don't have the revenue from the federal marshal side, we can raise our rate up for the local county, can we not?
You might
Absolutely you
incrementally.
can, and they're gonna take them someplace else, because everybody's charging $45.
Well, but I do have a question about that, and that's this. Just like the IRS are so damn slow, pardon my French, that they can't figure out that the price of gas now needs to bump the mileage rate up, that 52 cents a mile no longer makes a lot of sense with gas costing what it costs. You with me? So the question that I have is when your heating and cooling, your electrical, your transportation costs, your benefits, your insurance are all going up, how is it we continue to charge $45 a day?
That's what I'm saying, you cannot.
So, that's an excellent question, but I get what Tom's saying. At the moment, I wouldn't figure anything more than $45 a day as the bottom.
But it's pretty well given if we're estimating that we're going to need 48 beds by 10 years from now, and we're gonna increase 50% on our prisoners. The federal is going to increase also, so they're still going to, I mean, your scenario then maybe pulling out, the chances are very, very slim, because if ours are increasing, theirs are going to increase. They're probably gonna increase a better percentage than ours.
Larry, was Osage County contract yearly, or is that longer?
It is longer, but it's renewable on an annual basis, because as you know, for every state, with the exception of Louisiana, you can't enter into a contract longer than a year unless it's a full faith and credit type deal.
Do you know how long?
I believe 30 years. It was the term of the bonds.
And either party can abolish that contract at the end of each year.
Correct. And there's a performance. I mean, make no mistake, Tom's gotta run a good jail. It's gotta be compliant with PREA, it's gotta be compliant with ACA, and it's gotta meet the checkpoints. Now, interestingly, the feds have changed. They no longer want dorms, and which is a good thing anyway. I don't have a dorm bed for Tom. And they will allow their prisoners to be intermixed with local or county prisoners. They used to want them segregated. They no longer insist on that.
They've lowered the standards a little bit.
Well,
Just get us
could be.
beds.
Could be, yeah. All right. I will go ahead and run some scenarios based on 78 beds, and let's see where it leads us.
I'm gonna say we're gonna have to spit out some hard numbers to the public on these meetings of what it's gonna look like with, what it's gonna look like without, and try to.
Wasn't Joe supposed to get back with us on bond rates and stuff too?
You know, I can't remember that
I believe
meeting.
so.
And that may be a decision that I'm gonna bring to you over the next few weeks, and that is going ahead and getting an underwriter and a bond attorney on board, so you can hear from the experts, not just from me. And we're working with some awful good people throughout the Midwest, and would be glad to make a recommendation or help you issue an RFQ or whatever for those services.
Has everybody gotten, do we have enough people on this committee?
Nope.
I'm getting zero
I'm getting
response
zero.
from Lebo.
So,
Yep, two.
He's got two.
I've got two and maybe even 3 or 4,
I've got
and they'll
from-
be good people on it.
From at the government level, in each of your, so for example, in Lebo, you're a city council person, a mayor, a clerk,
I
someone like
visited
that.
with the mayor,
I haven't hit that one yet.
told him if he knows of anybody, get with me. Nobody's contacted.
So, potentially a teacher, a parent, a business owner, I mean, your scope is wide. I think locally, I've been approached by several people, just in passing, and they've indicated a willingness to participate. I can pass those names on, because each of you are the ones who are making those recommendations, but the 25th is coming quickly.
Fast.
And, I think it's important to have, I mean, as many people as you can think of, and if you need to cast your net out wider to get other people, and I think that's fine too. But, last I was told there's 6 maybe. Andrea sent me a message last week, indicated there was potentially 6 names that she had with their name and email and phone number. I go out and shake trees.
Yeah, I haven't hit anybody on the city council or mayor or anybody like that yet, so.
So I think school superintendents are a good one.
Good one.
Hospital people.
Assistant hospital administrator, especially if they can wear 2 hats, a local accountant, local banker, any of those that would have had experience with pieces of this, and business owners, to whatever extent, a major employer and some small business owners, and frankly, some people that have real doubts, because those are the types of people that will fuel internal debate that's healthy. You might as well chew on it now versus, on August the 1st. So, and then we'll come work with them and start this ball rolling. One of the things that was gratifying to me, and I know coffee's different than Osage, and different from land, and different, every community has its own identity. But I will tell you, I was amazed at the extent to which people in Osage understood the business issues that we were grappling with. And to an extent, 10, 15 years ago, they never, every one of them was in the stock market, they had IRAs, they had opinions on investments, half of them knew what taxable and tax-exempt bonds meant, and that was great to see, and so forth. So the idea that these are a bunch of people that need to be introduced to this thing from A to Z just isn't true anymore. And I suspect will certainly be the case here, or I hope it will be the case here. All right, thank you.
Do you think you can have different scenarios back to us? Because we're within 4 months of the second week in April, so 4.5 months, but.
Maybe in a week.
Yeah, I didn't figure it'd take very long to do it.
Part of the problem, guys, I'll tell you quite honestly. One is, it's hard to know what rates are gonna do. If the feds are really dumb enough to raise rates 4 to 6 times in the next year, pardon my French, but if they're really dumb enough to do this, we're gonna be in a recession. bad. Yeah. Now, that may or may not figure in infrastructure like this, but it certainly will be an issue. The other thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to get our arms around. The soonest we would go into the ground, a shovel would be put into the ground for Coffee County's roughly 11 months from now, maybe closer to 12 months. You with me? Okay. One of the things that I would come to you would be trying to get as much of the paperwork done and ready, even if we just did just a contingent deal for August 2nd. You with me? In other words, just so it's ready. And the reason being, the feds literally are publishing that inflation is at 4.3%. If you look at the Office of Budget and Management, that inflation rate is useless. It doesn't have gas, it doesn't have fuel, it doesn't have insurance, it doesn't have construction. It's like, well, what does it have? Your haircut? And we think it's closer to 10 to 12% right now, but I heard a report where the one federal agency said construction was at 16.5%. If that's true, and it may well be, I just cannot imagine. I cannot imagine a rate of increase at that speed for us. But I tried to build as much of that in the last time we talked budget, and you all made a vote and supported it. I think we're fine. But I have to tell you, we can't wait 3-4 months, or that'll go up. And so I'm trying to get my arms around this stuff. If you want to do your own research, I'd love to compare notes. We're trying to go to everybody from contractors to builder associations. But the problem is, this is such a unique building type. They're just not like apartments or schools or office buildings being done all over the place. These are a once in a lifetime or once in a blue moon project for a community. So anyhow, I'll stop whining, but I'm trying to get my arms around this stuff so we have a fighting chance to have numbers that are accurate.
People don't understand what it would have cost to build it when it very first started talking about it to what it costs right now.
Let me tell you something. This is the absolute truth. When I did Cloud County's 81-bed jail, we capitalized $6,015,000 as total expenditure. The construction on that project was $4.65 million of that $6.15. You with me? Complete. Law enforcement, sheriff, evidence, 80 beds, blah, blah, blah. Okay? When I did Bourbon, I then increased that budget by more than $2 million, thinking that would take care of it. By that point, it had already doubled. We went from 4.65 to almost 8.8 million, okay, for 74 beds, plus a 16-bed pod for the future, all right? Then we went to Lynn County. Now, that was a justice center. But the point is, what's happened is the rate has not only increased, it's increased in speed. So, anyhow. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Thanks,
I'll be back soon.
Thanks, Tom. I don't think so. I don't have it.
It's not in mine.
I don't have it. What is it?
Well, it's a motion.
Thank you. Thank you.
To the county zoning administrator to move and approve the written request for.
An extension? That was last week.
Oh, it just didn't get taken out?
Yeah, it didn't get taken out. That was last week.
Old news. Yeah.
That was so 7 days ago.
I wondered why.
Wade,
We
sir,
still
what do you got for us today, mister?
3 things. One will require an executive session, the other 2 won't. So we'll start with what won't.
Thanks, Wade.
What I'm handing you right now you want to look at it. So what I handed you, and so the public who watches this knows what I handed you. It's an email from Dustin Browning, who's the director of the 4th Judicial District Community Corrections. I'm also on that board. The email was sent to me last week. It was also sent to Don, and Don got the email because he's also the representative member of this board that's on the 4th Judicial District Community Corrections Advisory Board. So I sort of planted the seed last week in reference to the concern that I have about our community corrections probation officer, and this is the letter that sort of formalizes that conversation. What I didn't know is in paragraph 2, well, just in summary, community corrections supervises high-risk felony offenders in the community in Coffee County. The 4th Judicial District Community Correction rents a private office from local attorney, 1-room office with access to a shared restroom in which we can collect samples for drug testing. There's almost no security in place, though we have purchased a Ring doorbell camera that records motion in the common area. A little bit further on, Anderson County provides our agency with office space within their courthouse. This office space is approximately 715 square feet with a secure office, a large room for groups, a private restroom, and storage closet. The agency is very fortunate to have this space provided for us at no cost. 4th Judicial District Community Corrections is seeking a cost-effective office solution that enhances safety for the employee that supervises Coffee County clients. And then, in summary, we believe an office within the Coffee County Courthouse will enhance these efforts towards greater public safety. So, I know we talked about it, or I talked about it a little bit last week. One of the things that has presented itself since that time is I had a conversation with Andrea, who's not here, and she indicated that soon, and I don't know how soon, economic development is going to be going.
This week.
This week?
Yes.
Okay. The current economic development room, where the commission also has executive sessions, and if the public doesn't recall, the administrative assistant, Andrea, has an office set up in that conference room because there's no other space. So I asked Andrea what she was going to be doing once economic development moved across the hall. I thought originally she was going to go in and take that office. That's not her plan. Her plan is to set up right outside that office.
In the lobby, yes.
She indicated to me that she would be okay if this person set up shop in that office behind the reception area. And it could also double in the future with an HR person who would come in and also use that space. Community corrections, if I recall the conversation they had with me, is they're here 2 days a week. So it wouldn't be something they would need. They would need some file cabinets that are secure. They'd need the space, but I think that would be something they could utilize that space, and that would potentially be a good fit for this particular individual. Just throwing it out.
What days?
I'm sorry?
They're here on what days?
I don't know what exact days.
Monday could create a problem.
Yeah, I don't think they're here on Mondays. I need to check.
I think that, I talked to Dustin last week, because I wasn't able to make his Tuesday meeting, and I was gonna bring this up in roundtable, but talked to Dustin, but they are absolutely need to find something. They're currently in a lawyer's office down here, and I think that they're losing that opportunity there. But a lot of their time is after 5 o'clock also. How many times, how many days, I'm not sure. But they've got to have some flexibility of getting into a Pacific office. But, and I know we're short on space, I fully realize that. But I know, so we've also got a responsibility probably for Forest Judicial System to provide some type of space for them to handle it and do it, once again, in a safe atmosphere.
So I wasn't aware of what the situation was until here recently, or else I would have brought this up a long time ago. But what I requested to have done, which is what you have now, is an email be put together explaining what the current situation is and what they're requesting. From that, I learned, I think that you just learned, that Anderson County provides something at no cost at all to the 4th Judicial District. They provide a service. There are, unfortunately, a number of felony probation fees that are reporting to this particular individual, and I don't see that number going down anytime soon. I don't know what their caseload is, but I think it continues to go up, and that is unfortunate.
Well, in the location here, I mean, there's not a spot for collecting for drug testing.
When you're talking about UAs,
Yeah.
I mean, they would go to a bathroom. Our current probation officer, who's down attached to the court with court services, I mean, they have to go and supervise somebody who uses the bathroom.
So they put dye in the water, shut water off, so it's.
I mean, there's all kinds of different ways that people try to beat a urine sample.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't think, and when I was in Allen County, if you've been to the Allen County Courthouse, probation is on the basement level, and the probationee, male, female, would walk out, go to the bathroom. The probation officer, whether male or female, they'd go in, stand right there and watch to make sure there was not something funny going on. And then if you have a dilute sample for whatever reason, it doesn't match temperature, it's this, that, or the other, then they've been there to observe it. So that, in my opinion, that would be the same here. So something to think about. We're not there yet, but it sounds like if that space is going to be open soon, then maybe with Andrea here, so you could hear from her comfort level. I don't want to speak for her. I think you need to have that dialogue with her to see if she was okay with it, but that's what she told me.
I had a conversation with her last week. She indicated
So
the same thing to me.
She's gonna be where Rhonda is then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then we still have our meeting room,
Bill.
and then they would have that, which is Bobby's office now.
Correct.
And like you say, it could double work as long as an HR person would not be there when these people are there.
Yeah, I think maybe you can build in some flexibility.
Yep.
So it's an idea, it's a way to take advantage of space that may become available. I mean, I'll tell you right now, I've got boxes of old exhibits going back, at least from what I can tell, back into the early 90s, maybe into the 70s and before, that were exhibits of some sort that were introduced in the courtroom. I got a notice from the district court that they're not going to hold them anymore, and I need to hold them. Bob was actually here last week. I pulled him to the side so he could see what it looked like, and I have no space to put that stuff. So I mean, I'm going to have to put it somewhere because it can't stay down there. They're going to allow me to temporarily hold it.
Well, hopefully this new jail facility goes in, because the remodel in the existing facility houses you from there to there, if I remember correctly. So that would free that up for more office space in the courthouse as well.
I'm just bringing it forward so there's a current example of the space is an issue. I don't have enough space in there, and I've said before, I need a conference I need a conference room, I need a conference table, so I can lay things out. I mean, we had, one of my staff members, we had a day-long trial here within the last month in the district court, and I've got binders that stack up this tall with the information, and we had to lay it all out on the floor, across the floor, to deal with it, to put it together, so it was prep for trial. I mean, that's just what we have to do. Is that the ideal way to do it? Absolutely not. But you deal with what you have. So.
Well, I just thought I'd mention that because, like I say, that would open up some more and it gives you more space to work.
Sure.
And then, actually, when we go have our public meetings, if we will, we need to make sure they know that the price tag on this does include all that being remodeled. The existing jail turns into office spaces for you and Judge Wine and so on.
Which is why collecting the community members to be on this committee that will potentially start having meetings starting in early April and probably multiple times after that. I mean, they're the initial people that will need to know what's going on and all the different questions that you were asking, so that they can go out into the four corners of the county and say, well, that's not exactly what's happening, this is the real story. Or what is it Paul Harvey says, and now that's the rest of the story. Speaking of the rest of the story, I'm gonna hand this out now. So this is what I referenced earlier. And this isn't new information, it's something you've seen before. This is from the McGrath compensation study. On the next page is probably more relevant, but Appendix D, the compensation policies and procedures. And I don't know, just so you have a reference for. So, as I mentioned, and I actually was going to discuss this at either this meeting or a future meeting, but right now is relevant because I've been asked. I just turned in my CP5 last week for the county attorney's office, and I think it's important to note what was agreed to when the compensation study was brought forth, and then all the changes were made. So, Appendix D, the first page, talks about new hires, and it talks about, if everybody starts at step A, well, that would be step 1, and then market is C, according to this particular document. So market would be, if I recall, 5. I brought it with me, but I don't know where it is. So if you start somebody at market, then under the way that it was set up, you had that discretion, and to do so without asking for approval. If you wanted somebody to go above, then there's a process and a procedure. So that's new hires. We haven't really dealt with that, but at some point in time, when you have somebody bringing in a new hire request, that's something to keep in mind. The annual increases, we talked about that several times ad nauseum at this point, but cost of living or general increase January 1st, step increase April 1st. So we're right in line with that. Promotions at the bottom. An individual who moves to a position of a higher pay grade will be placed on step 1 of the new salary range, or the step closest that provides between a 5 to 8% increase. There may be rare situations in which this increase may be insufficient and compression may still be a problem. In those rare situations, the department head may document the circumstances and submit the request to the county counselor to review to ensure justification and consistency across the county departments. Next section deals with demotions. I don't think I need to cover that because I don't think we're really dealing with demotions at all. One topic that comes up, and it seems to come up on a regular basis on the next page, top of the range. When an employee reaches the maximum rate at their pay grade, they're not eligible for the salary schedule adjustments. Some employers view this as a deterrent for tenured employees to continue to perform at the county's level of expectation. Therefore, the county may consider other options for employees who reach the maximum rate. So one of those, lump sum payment could be made to employees exhibiting exceptional performance on an annual or biannual basis. Alternatively, the county could elect to increase the longevity payment for those employees who have reached their range maximum to reward and incentivize continued engagement of those employees. But the asterisk needs to go to the next sentence. Under no circumstances is the maxing out of an employee on a paid range an appropriate reason to elevate that position to a different pay range. So just something to keep in mind, because I mean, the salary study was done for a reason. Everybody was put into their classification. If somebody wants for their classification to be adjusted or reviewed, there's a process to do that. They bring that before the board and make a request to the board why that should be different. That's my opinion. If you remember, one of the concerns and one of the reasons why this paid compensation study was put in place to begin with is there were issues internally regarding where people were placed, where they weren't placed, that kind of thing. There's a structure, follow the structure. Changes in pay grade is the next section. Pay grades may change under the following circumstances. So A, management request for a pay grade evaluation. The department head may request a pay grade evaluation for any position in their department. Request should be in writing, including job duty changes or other circumstances that have precipitated the evaluation. This should include the old job description along with either a new job description or a documentation that illustrates the changes. B, commission or other initiation of a pay grade evaluation. Administration may determine a position needs to be evaluated as a result of county-initiated position and or program changes, organizational structure changes, occurring minimal modifications to positions that over time may result in substantive change in a position and recruitment or retention challenges. So that's your blueprint, and if I think this next sequence, when the CP5s get presented, I would encourage you to do it with the county attorney's office on that CP5. Make sure that I'm not asking for someone within the county attorney's office, and there's 3 employees, that I'm not asking them to jump from one classification to the next, because there's a process. If I wanted that done, I would have to follow this procedure. Or I'm not asking someone, there's someone in my the county attorney's office that started out as a 1, and if I ask for them to go to an 8, that should catch your attention, and you should be saying, well, what's going on here, right? And I'd encourage you to do that with the county attorney's CP5s, just like you would anybody else. So, any questions? Is that just sort of a primer and a refresher?
Right on time.
All right.
Right on time for the refresher. Because this is on right here.
And I did it so those who watch and have questions, they can take their attention back to it as well. So the last thing is a $20-minute executive session, myself and the board, under the attorney-client relationship exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, to discuss county policy and potential litigation related to that policy.
I'll second.
Can we add
3 to 4 minutes on the way down the hallway.
You don't do that. Tom's moved, Don seconded, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
We will go into executive session at 12:17 for 20 minutes. Is that enough time?
Depends on how quick that turns to 15. Said 12:17. It's still on 14. Walk fast, Tim.
Clear the way.
I see a trail, you didn't make it.
That's all I did was this process.
Okay. What is that number?
Two.
Okay. We're in 12:17, so 12:37.
supposed to make rain, ain't supposed to be here till 1, 2 o'clock. This morning, or yeah, last night, they were showing a solid mass of it after dinner.
So with that,
I'll let you guys deal with that, and then let me know if you need me. Just have,
as far as demo of the church,
oh,
that won't be, I've been typing up something and,
I do have a comment about that when, the other two get here. Yeah, that would be my last thing. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, now that I think.
Such a strange line.
isn't it?
It's that way because it has to connect.
Right, but it's still a strange line.
Two of us had to stop on the way back by. Only be so many people in the bathroom at one time.
So one more thing I need to mention before I leave. I'm not sure what exactly is the ultimate plan with the church. The items that may have some value that may be salvaged. My recommendation would be, I know there's been quite a bit of discussion about how to deal with that particular issue. You get someone to come in and they salvage the entire thing, they bid and deal with the whole thing. If I recall, and Tim, you're the one that comes to mind, and maybe both Tim and Tom mentioned that, for example, the glass might have some value, and it may have some value to someone on the East Coast or somewhere, I don't know exactly where. My suggestion would be, if that is the case, you have someone, you put together a proposal for somebody to come in and salvage the glass or whatever else is in the church before you deal with the renovation or demolition of the church itself. Because it may be, and someone just may come in and knock the whole thing down, and you may not get anything out of the glass. It may not be anything they're interested in. But you'd want to make sure that as a part of that proposal, somebody who's a professional who's removed those type of historical items in the past has in their proposal the engineering or the architectural background to be able to do it and not make the building unsafe before you get the next proposal out, and you could potentially do both at the same time. But I don't know if does that make sense?
Yes, sir, and I've been working on it, and I sent it to Andrea to see what she thought last week. I did not know she was not gonna be here.
Okay.
So she was gonna print it out. So my proposal, it was like a request for quotation, if you will, request for bid, but it would, the successful bidder could salvage anything out of that church they wished, but that the demolition of it be involved in that contract as well, instead of doing two, because I wouldn't want to see a 3-month lull and give them approximately 6 months to complete the entire thing and provide, and we already talked to Wayne about this, a place at the landfill to store everything that could be thrown in the river. We'll provide a dump site and the bid bond of 5% of your bid, 100% performance bond, work comp, general liability. Then, like I say, you get salvage out of there what you want. You're gonna give us a bid to salvage what you want, plus demo this structure. And then I spoke with Jeff Byard briefly about, if the county had dirt to be put back in that hole, which he said they do, so we could take care of it past the demolition.
The question would be, would someone who would bid on both, would you get the same value out of the contents that you would if somebody bid separately? And I don't know what, I've been told by several people that those windows, if you found the right outfit, that they're probably on the East Coast somewhere, they would be interested in those alone and some of the other things, and that bid might be different than what it would be to deal with all of it. And I don't know if that's outside my...
I originally agreed with what Tom said, but I'm not sure that I do now, for the simple fact, I think if we take a bid on those windows and stuff, I think people are gonna be paying us for that stuff. I don't think it's gonna be, how much does it cost us for you to come get these windows? I think they're gonna be paying us. And I don't want the lull in between either. I don't want that, the building, the window's gone off there and it's sitting there for this amount of time. But,
and I could be wrong, but Tim's got 4 or 5,
yeah.
4 or 5 people that are in the salvage business, so one would hope, or one would think, that a person in that line of business, whether they wanted the windows or didn't want the windows, they would know somebody that might, where they could financially benefit.
Sure.
So the hopes of putting it all into one, I mean, we can give them a name of a couple local people to help them get it gone, for all I care, but the hopes was that in the end, by the time they took out what they wanted, demolition would be minimal.
Yeah, and that's kind of where the line I was thinking, but
if there's a way for the county to recoup some of its cost on the sale of those windows or whatever it is that's on the inside, and subtract it from the demolition, and if that can all be done at one, I don't know enough about it, I just know.
We could do 2 and then make sure that they run consecutive, I mean, so that, you know what I mean, I guess.
So it would take probably reaching out, and finding some specialty companies that deal with that. I mean,
yeah, he's found.
how are we gonna do that? Because there may be somebody on the East Coast, I think Tim's, I don't know whether his people, but there may be somebody on the East Coast who's willing to pay good money for those windows, stained windows and stuff. And I honestly feel like those on the East Coast, if they were,
or West
they would
Coast.
hire a local contractor to do the rest of the work.
I mean, they might,
But
that I don't
reach
know
out
enough.
to everybody somehow.
So my suggestion would be and it seems like Tim has the best knowledge base or background regarding this, or maybe you too, Tom, on the, what would we call it, antique items related to this church. Are they? And if that's the case, to potentially reach out and see if somebody has had items like these salvaged before, what that process was. And that, there may be an answer, there may not, but
I can reach out to them.
and then put together, if somebody's done something like this before, why reinvent the wheel? I mean, put together a bid, because they'll probably have had some engineering and all the other items that need to go with it, because it's been done before. That's just my opinion.
I think they're around
Jeff City.
Missouri.
But yeah, I know there's one in Iowa.
There's one in Iowa, there's one in Oklahoma City.
I mean,
There's one in Des Moines, there's one near Jeff City, Missouri.
that one in Des Moines is a very large.
If
amount.
somebody gets say
Yeah.
did a contract
West
on it,
End
and they were
or-
going to do the demo part 2, do we really care? I mean, they'll put a fence around it, I'm sure. Do we really care if they pull the windows out and that part of the wall falls down in? It's still their project, and for doing a demo,
I think,
that's part of the demo for them.
sure, I understand that, I just don't want it to end up being what I call an attractive nuisance, where.
Yeah, I don't want a building there with windows and stuff gone, and then 3-4 months later, somebody finally can get somebody to come in and do it.
Well, somebody going in and, because it's open and exposed, wanting to, it's the old young kid and there's a swimming pool that doesn't have a fence around it, or doesn't have, or is just a hole in the ground, and somebody goes out in the middle of nowhere and they fall in, and then they end up hurt, or, I mean,
That's why I wanted it to be all in one scope, because you want, again, one would think that if you're in the salvage business, even if you didn't want the windows, you could find somebody that would want them to help offset your costs.
Sure. Just, you guys get to.
So how do we advertise for that? I don't think we just go pick,
No.
choose 3 or 4 groups.
Nope. So,
Because it
so
counts,
the-
because it's,
So those who may have an interest in that particular field, I mean, you can definitely provide them the RFQ, but it also has to be advertised so that others have the opportunity and, I mean, cast a wide.
and we'll have to do a disposal line too, because it's over $50.
Correct. So, I mean, your way is fine. I know I had somebody say, well, there's some value in windows and some of the other items in that church.
And I did get a phone call from another individual, somewhat local here, but he's done a lot of work out on the East Coast. He had been told there's some solid walnut beams in there as well. They're wanting to go look, and they have contacts out east and this and that and the other, so this.
Is that the Barnwood Builders?
So,
Is that the Barnwood Builders that are on TV?
No.
So, I mean, it's an option to cast a wide net and see, but I don't think if you just want somebody to come in and do what you're doing, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Well, I haven't researched it to know if there's like a certain website you could put that on, you know?
See, I don't know either. Each one of these I talked to, well, this one at Columbia, Missouri, they're just a husband and a wife team. I think that's what we're gonna run into. Now, the bigger one was at Oklahoma City.
That one in Iowa is huge.
True.
I think you can get information from them, see if they've done it before, and if they've done it before, then you can see what that process has been, but if you wanna proceed the way you're talking about it, then.
Mine's only suggestions, not
Sure.
requests, so.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, whatever you guys.
But in my opinion, I mean, we get the scope of work of what we want done presented, and, you know, it'd be like, I'm assuming anybody that's wanting to bid on it's gonna wanna come walk the whole thing. You could describe that thing as best you can and send as many pictures. They're probably still gonna wanna come see. So, I mean, a pre-bid visual inspection on your own would be mandatory as far as I'm concerned.
But someone may only be interested in knocking it down and carrying it off, which is the demo cost, and they don't look at the value for the windows or the oak beams or whatever, versus somebody else who may see, I mean, what's that saying, one man's trash is another man's treasure?
But when we get to bid, we're probably gonna know that. Those prices.
Yeah, it should, I would think. It's uncharted territory for me as well as anyone else.
Me too, that's extreme.
I'm just thinking, how do you maximize what may be something that can help offset costs for the county?
Well, and that's why getting hold of these architectural salvage people, even though they don't do demolition, they know somebody that does.
Right.
Or there's somebody here that can help them hopefully, or somebody within the tri-county area.
They'll
that
come
can-
in locally.
Yeah, the system.
So just,
Whoever's gonna demo that, they're gonna need to know exactly where they can dispose of it. And
Well,
right now, we don't know that location, if we can go to the
Well,
water resource for.
We were saying, correct, but we were saying earlier that, and Wayne solidified that a few weeks ago, that it can be staged at the landfill for now.
Yeah.
If the thing had to, it could be staged.
Be
at the
good
landfill.
not to-
Anything that could go in the river anyway. Everything else would go in the C and D lands at landfill.
It'd be good not to have to move it the second time, but a demo team, you know, how that goes in the river is probably gonna have to be put in very specifically too. Probably just can't back up the river and dump.
I took it, we would probably be putting it in the river.
Well, we could have I mean, they could dump it there, and we could have a dozer there manning it if we had to, but suggestions only again.
I made a note on this one, Architectural Antiques out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, said once, but will pay extra if someone else removes.
See, that's where they will pay extra.
Yes.
With that being said, you know these people know somebody that can really get out of there, so.
That's not saying they wouldn't pay something for themselves if they came in and dumped it.
Right, but we don't know what extra is. They will come in and they'll ask some local contractor, what will it cost me to get this gone? And then their bid will reflect that.
Oh, yeah.
I think the topic just needs to be fleshed out and looked into a little bit further, is all I'm saying.
But with everything else in the mix, I don't want it to go on too long either, because
Sure.
if that goes by the first of next year, that needs to be gone,
Right.
so.
Can we get copies, can I get a copy of that statute?
Yep.
That's your question? And Angie, do you have that contract that you stamped for me? Do you have that, a copy of it possibly in your office?
The contract for.
For the extension office?
Yeah.
Can Wade review that real quick?
Yeah.
Do you prefer if I call, or do you wanna call these?
Okay, whichever you wanna go, you can call,
Yes.
unless you don't got time.
I got time, I'll make time. And just ask if they ever heard of doing the complete on their behalf.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the things we would need to know before we even go out, because if nobody's ever done that, then we're inventing the wheel.
Somebody's done it.
Oh, yes, yeah, I'm sure there.
I'll get on the phone
Have him
and I'll get
hold of me.
Because one of those salvage places I know,
Well, you
they
probably ought
have
to see the contract.
big pieces of stained glass, for sale on their website.
Take that one.
So do we need to call them in?
I think it's one in Iowa.
I saw the DYU show a couple, 3 years ago where these guys went in and they took all the good stuff out of the home and the building and walked away. So somebody was gonna go ahead and demo it.
West End Architect, I could see, out of Des Moines, Iowa.
Yeah,
I've got his number.
you know, I spent, I don't know, 2 hours on my laptop one
Oh, I did
one
too,
morning.
I like looking at it.
Well, I
It
just
went on and
kinda
on and on.
went through, and you know, there's some, and this isn't antique stained glass, this is stained glass available on eBay,
Yeah,
and
it's not cheap.
it's not cheap.
I'll bet there's people in Philadelphia and back east and places that will pay a fortune for
But that's why I wanna
that
talk to this one guy.
kind of stuff, and they ain't gonna be a cost of them coming here and getting it, it's not gonna be a big deal for them, because they're gonna ship it back.
They also hit on the screen for the pipe organ, the front screen. Every one of them brought that up.
But the pipes are all gone.
They just want that screen, that wooden hand cut.
Yeah, so I don't know what happened to the pipes. And I don't know who ripped all them chairs upstairs in the balcony out either.
You know what?
So I think my suggestion is related to the extension office. It is added as an agenda topic next week, and in the meantime, we'll see if we can figure out what we need.
Okay, we calling the time to blow it up?
I just request he, yeah, probably, till next week.
Blow it up till next week.
Yep. So.
Okay.
No,
I don't know if I have, I might even have that on my email. Let me check my email real quick.
I think there were other things that were being provided to him there, which I think may answer the question that I have. So that's why I say just wait a week and we'll see where we are. Yeah, no, that's not the one.
Formal award bid and performance agreements. And this is what she's looking for in there.
Yep.
Okay.
But I think there's additional documents that were gonna be provided to him. So I just gotta see what those documents are.
Did we already pay for that other stuff, that extra for?
Okay.
No, no,
I just wanted to,
we just agreed to do it. We didn't write a check for any of that yet.
just wanted to make sure that
And he's really not having anything for this.
No.
we do the right thing as we can right here, right now,
Right.
to stop what we need to stop. So do I need to call him?
Somebody probably needs to call him, maybe you can direct the clerk to give him a call and just told him to sit in a holding pattern until we sort it out.
Okay. Angie, I just forwarded you the original email.
Okay. I have it here somewhere, I just,
You just, the only thing you wouldn't have is that will be the unsigned copy.
Right. I've got it in there. With all the moving around we've been doing,
Well, I didn't know if you'd even kept a copy of it because it was through Andrea. And the only reason it come to you is so you could, I reviewed it and you stamped my name on it.
Yeah.
So the issue, just so it's clear, is the extension office is gonna have some work. We're just making sure all the paperwork is following the protocol, but it's all included together, and that's sort of what the issue is here.
So do we need to have the clerk call him and tell him he sees everything?
I think he just needs to have him bring over whatever paperwork, because there may have been supplemental paperwork that was provided to him, and it just needs to, whatever paperwork goes with it, it needs to be housed here with Angie.
I'm pulling it up here to clear out.
So I think that'll take care of it for right now, and then we can sort of revisit next week and see what we have. Does that sound fair?
Sounds fair to me.
Sounds very good.
Is that all you had for today?
Unless you had something for me.
I think we do, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I brought up the CP5 issue, which was one of the things,
Mm-hmm.
so you'll probably talk about that soon. Do you have any questions about
I
the
didn't
county
get this.
attorney's office?
That's the one we had to stamp for you. Yeah, I was, sorry. I just now am seeing it, but no, I did not see this one. I mean, she brought it up and got stamped, but then must take it back.
Took it back,
Yeah.
yes. I just want you to see that piece.
I think I've seen the one you're referencing, but
You might have, I don't know.
it's the additional documentation.
what we just need to hold over for next week.
Okay.
Alright, thank you, sir.
All right,
Have a good week.
you do the same.
Do we want to, I've still got some special issues, I've got all sorts of stuff here. Do we wanna go through roundtable, then do that, and then do a little discussion on CP5s? And then take the stuff home and review it and bring back next week at the end of the day?
Definitely think we need to review it.
I think we ought to review it, all kind of together, and then kind of get our minds going around it, and then take it home and study it. Come back next Monday with it. Okay. Angie, you have anything for roundtable?
I do not today.
Next Monday's checks and vouchers day,
That
Next
is
Monday's
true,
checks and
yeah.
vouchers.
and I'll be gone,
You'll be, yeah,
for the first Monday in April.
I got you marked. Tim? roundtable?
Discovery, Wade took it.
Oh, okay. Mr. Tom.
Discovery.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you said Wade took it?
Yeah, the
Oh, okay.
church.
Church stuff.
That was all I had, I was gonna bring up today to say, I'd sent Andrea via email something I kinda typed up, which was normal of what it would be like if I was to be bidding something of all the recommendations. You know, and then she thought maybe a description of the church might be in order. And like, is it 2-story, 3-story,
Mhm.
how big, but I don't know, produce enough pictures, like I say, I think it'd be maybe almost a mandatory, you gotta come see it, I mean, document that you came and saw it, so that you can't come back later and say, well,
Pre-bid viewing?
yeah, I didn't know that, you know.
Mhm.
And I think the timeline from the time you start advertising it to the time you finally take quotes, proposals, bids, whatever, ought to be maybe 60 days.
Give people time to get here.
Yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't think anybody would bid on that project without at least seeing.
yeah, I mean, I didn't did a little sidewalk project without going and looking at it, so.
Mhm.
If
Well-
it's big enough, it's gonna be a sizable, it'll be a sizable project, really.
And I had in there a bid bond, you want a bid bond because it's in 5% of the amount of the bid, so that way if they fail to comply,
Mhm.
then you can basically get 5% a heads up already.
Right,
So,
right.
and then the performance bond, that way, if, you know, they sign into a contract, performance bond, and they don't complete it satisfactorily, you can draw off that bond and for however many dollars you need.
Mhm.
And that would be again why I wouldn't mind the demo being involved as the entire scope of the work.
Keeps the people that's doing the rummaging, the salvaging kind of at bay as well. And, yeah. Is that all you had, Tom?
That was all I had.
Mr. Bob?
I just handed out 3 job descriptions, I said a week or 2 ago that I would try to get some from other counties. May have more coming, but there's 3 you
okay.
can take a look at. And I think we already have 1 from somewhere.
Yeah.
So there's 3 more.
Okay. On Road and Bridge Department,
Yeah.
Wayne's replacement.
That's all I have.
Okay.
I think we need to pick one and get rolling, because again, another 2 weeks have gone by since we talked about it last time. I think, maybe we talked about it last week, but I don't remember.
Andrea had something that come in,
Okay.
These all came within the last week.
Andrea had something that come in from HR, right? That was like a description?
I'd have to go back and look at my email to see where, no, it was, Anderson County.
Anderson County, we had it in Anderson County.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know where it went.
I don't either.
It came via email, I never printed mine off.
Yeah, I think it just came around in correspondence.
Yeah.
So we all didn't get a copy of it, but.
Andrew will be here the rest of the week.
I think she was hoping to be here tomorrow. She wasn't She was feeling better than over the weekend, so she still said she.
If she had one come in, we could
Voice
have a
problems.
copy of it.
So we wanna review this stuff as well next week.
We'll have a lot of stuff for
We got a lot of stuff.
That's over in Hartford, there's.
And I may get more
Tree
this
structures
week.
come down.
So you wanna hold off on this?
I think a couple weeks.
Couple weeks.
Because, yeah, I mean, this was just sent out last week for
Okay.
these people.
Okay.
May get more.
Okay. Don, what do you have?
I don't have anything.
You don't have anything?
No.
Well, I as well don't have anything, I don't believe. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I have. Do we wanna get these checks and vouchers signed?
First we got it.
We'll need to do it anyway.
Sorry about telling you yesterday, I was going to.
I'm glad you said something.
If I've done most of that on my computer, it's easy to pull up.
Mhm.
On my phone, not so easy.
Yeah, I was looking at it again on the weekend, I didn't come up with anything much different than what we already had, but I seen some of those stained glass windows, I mean, were
Oh, yeah.
20-some thousand.
Oh, yeah.
They were the more elaborate ones.
Yeah.
Picture of Jesus or whatever.
Angie,
These are
have you looked at the infrastructure on this?
some more,
It's got the amount of 2021 funds utilized.
as they are.
I don't know.
No, and that's the reason. I think that was, the one in Missouri that said they'll bring over.
I'm not sure if
Because
it's,
they're not really.
Yeah.
you might look at what
Because there are more
really.
places you can put them restaurants,
Okay.
bars.
I don't fully understand what that heading is.
They only,
I should.
Catholic.
There's no, I think that's. There may be another page that I should have read for.
I did not make it over there.
I think that there's
My
rec-
son was gonna be gone.
that's what they did with it. They explained that in that letter.
I didn't read that.
Too bad. It was nice.
I know they're working on a project.
Yeah, if he's gone, I need a field manager, so to speak, some days. So I had to act.
It just explains what they did with their money. I'm sure they had some from 2020
And
left
Yeah,
because
that's
you
20 years
friends.
and stuff.
Yeah.
A few
All this didn't come
relatives.
out of the grant money.
but they spent some of it on their grant fund.
Yeah. Probably not a real clear, it's not real clear information. Cause it's basically stating that this all came out of the grant
This
fund.
is 10% of the project right there.
It's what?
10% of the project.
That's 1.6 million.
Still running down.
Yeah, but the project is 16,663,000. So that's one,
That's probably some grant money they did spend.
yeah.
Probably
Yeah,
not,
they got grants on that.
but not grants from us.
No.
Yeah.
It's kind of mediocre.
No, they got a lot of other,
Kind of thing, like,
Like bugs.
that's Jeremy Casey's son.
Only thing I wouldn't like about that, if I went sideways and got down in that water,
Oh,
that would make me nervous.
there's people there.
This goes with that bus.
You said there's 18,000 vehicles. This was last year, it was smaller.
Whoa. They gotta clear that, whoever it is. Angie,
Yeah.
my third grade grandson went and played in a ball tournament with some people and stuff from St. Louis and all around. One team had two kids, 5'6", third graders.
Oh my gosh.
They questioned whether that was really third graders or not. 5'6", you know how tall that is?
Yep.
For third grade, you had to be a giant. Huh?
Were they shaving yet?
Yeah. They said, oh, we can't hardly believe that is true.
Dollars, cents per.
They didn't say how many times he'd been a third grader.
Well, and that might very well be true.
So I was looking at here,
Very-
there's
Very well.
changing in behavior.
Of course, that's kind of slow it out.
Right.
Does one team have two of them must have been twins, twin giants.
See, there's,
That's tall.
that's the biggest one there.
That should be 75.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Well, if it's only 1.5% of that, before it's 2 cents.
Oh, yeah. This is correct.
So that 75 there's not correct.
That's why I just kinda going through and kinda glancing.
Yeah, these here are probably all correct.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
But that 75 is not correct. At 2887.
So that would be.
Well, this is done, Jesse, but if we go that other route that we're talking about, are we gonna have to do all that with somebody like that too?
Yep, probably. Yep, probably. It gets complicated. It
I
really
know,
does.
it's not gonna be a simple deal.
No, it's not.
Oh.
How do we
I'll
know
take it.
this treasurer's gonna get $10,200?
Mhm.
How do we know the treasurer's gonna get $10,200 from motor vehicle fund?
I think that's an average.
Just based on an average?
Based on an
The
average.
last 5 years, that's been an average.
So this is not actually
That could be off a
a
little bit.
set term
Right,
salary rate.
right.
I'm not sure how we need to interpret this one.
Can I look at it for you, Don?
What do you-
Yeah.
what do you interpret it?
Okay, so, what I think when you're seeing is that, so there's no step change, and they put their old salary before the 75 cents. So they're at step 26, they're staying at step 26, because they're topped out, so all that.
Let's see,
person getting-
Top out.
Was that the cost of living increase? Oh, okay, that's what that is.
Yeah, and see, they weren't supposed to include that on here.
Oh,
They were just supposed to show their steps, but half did it one way and half did it the other.
okay.
So if you look at their steps, step 26.
So
step
see, we don't have
payment,
step 23, 4, 5.
Well, you do, right here, step 26. Okay, when they did the salary study, what Lisa said was that those people and where they're supposed to be were overpaid, I guess, in a sense, what they were getting. And so
Right.
they stay at that step, and when they leave, those steps drop off.
Those steps drop off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of where their classification is. So like if you look at their step, they're at grade 55, and they go step from 11 to 12,
Mm-hmm.
and then 14.
You got step 22 here, 25.46. We got a $3.41 increase in 3 steps, $3.
That's because that's where that person was when she
She
did
did
the
the
study.
salary study.
That's where that person was at
Yeah.
that time.
Mhm.
And we
Already
didn't
topped
cut
out.
anybody back.
Yeah. They just stay there
Frozen.
now forever.
But they're still getting the cost of living increase.
Yeah.
Is there quite a few of them that, well, see, four more,
Yeah.
probably 4 employees total.
I think 2 of them are leaving this year.
Okay, thanks.
Everybody on the,
We don't know where Tim's at.
we don't know where Tim's at.
I'm right over
Are you
here.
done, are you done with the other stuff?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that thing just review these as well. Chances are everything will tie out.
That's the main thing, and I don't know if it's gonna happen, but, yeah, I've seen it happen a lot in my years. Somebody would max out, somebody would come in and say, oh, I'm gonna make a new deal for them.
New name,
Move them
new
up
pay,
there so they
yeah.
can start again.
Well, and that's why I wanted to.
Maxing out is just part of working here.
Well, that's why I
What
wanted,
happened 2 weeks ago that we did not take out.
that's why I wanted
And
to,
part of it did
everybody
last week.
review this kind of in as a whole. That way, there's a little open discussion, and then we can take it home and.
Yeah, the one we didn't do. The one you didn't do, yeah.
We didn't do last
So
week,
that's why I
Okay.
asked.
Right.
or we didn't even take action.
And you gotta remember, those people that are way up there, they get pretty good longevity. That's it, to make up for it.
If you wanted to start with one and just take a look and go through it and see as you go, and then.
Well, because you had to come over and explain that somebody included the cost of living increase on it, which was not supposed to. So do we scratch that out?
Well, I already have the cost of living.
They still
in.
get that cost of living.
Right, no,
Yeah.
no, I agree, but it was in the change.
Yeah.
Because you said that 75 cents was wrong, which, I mean, you was correct.
And people are confused, I think, because we used to do it that way, where we included cost of living with the step.
Right.
But now, because we're trying to get them separated, I think that's why, like, if you turn to the appraisers, just go to tab 3. She did it the way it should be done, because you see, like, okay, the first one's topped out, and then they go, step 11 to step 12, and you see that's their one step, and it's 42 cents.
Uh-huh,
And so that's how it should have looked
right.
with everybody. But then if you go to, trying to find somebody.
I mean, that's what caught my eye. There was 75 cents, and the rest of them was 42 to 30 to
Right.
30s and 40s.
There really shouldn't have been anything on hers, just
Right,
a
it should,
zero.
that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah,
Do we-
right.
do we-
Yeah,
Do we
you
mark
could-
that out?
You could, yeah. 'cause-
Because then we would be given another 75 cent an hour
Right,
increase,
and we're
correct?
not doing that, yeah.
And we're not doing that.
Well, we are going to 28 days.
That's unchanged.
Yeah.
So it should have
See,
been
here's what it was
28.87 in the first column,
Yeah.
and
Which
then,
is the same as it is here. 28.12.
So it should be 28,
Should be 28.87.
yeah, plus the, but with the 75 cent, yeah.
Pardon?
The 75 cent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but you're gonna see some people that included the 75 cents plus the step, and the number's probably still the same, but it's just, that's not how we wanted that to show here.
So do we need to have them redo
I
the?
can, if you want me to.
Be nice if they were all the same.
Okay.
Yeah, because we've got to catch that.
Be easier to review it if everything was identical. This one I just talked to you about, right into last year, I mean, it fits.
Yeah.
But without this book here, it's gonna be hard to tell some of it.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I was just going through looking at the increases and make sure there's,
I just need to check which departments I need to have correct them.
it takes more than two sets of eyes to,
Mhm.
set of eyes to catch some of this stuff. That tab 6 is way underpaid, way underpaid.
Sorry?
Tab 6, way underpaid.
Tab 6.
Commission.
Yeah.
This is what we didn't take action on last week. Different classification, different classification.
We didn't do that.
Which one are you on now?
We are on number 9. Everybody up to number 9?
That's wrong.
That's
what we didn't take
That was
action
no
on.
action last week. So it should be to the cost of living increase, period. Number 10 looks fine. Number 11. Whew.
I don't know what you wanna do on that.
They didn't quite fill it out to the current step, what it actually was, just stuck put numbers in it. And we're taking one from what, something, 1 to 7, but we don't even have any idea, was that from 1 to 7?
Well, from step 9 to 10, and 1 to 7, and 6 to 7.
Probably the 9 and 10 is right, but the 1 to 7 is that,
Yeah.
is that, I don't know, is that 30-1 to the 35-7? Can we have that one redone?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then Health needs to redo theirs, cause they included all the 75 cents. Well,
Is that what, that's 12?
12, yeah.
12.
And the,
Oh, lordy.
This one needs really looked at.
Mm-hmm.
One of those numbers.
Why are
is
they
needed.
different? Why are they 50s and 60s? Oh, I guess, okay, 50.
Okay, that one, I'll have them redo that one. Road and Bridge must have included the 75 cents also. They're all, well, they did, because one of the names down there just has 75 cents.
Mhm.
So. Jill did theirs right. Jennifer, Mike's right.
One of the last one on Road and Bridge is not correct. Did you say Road and Bridge needed corrected?
Yes, it is.
Okay, sorry, my
Yes.
bad.
Nope, you're good.
Yeah, there was. Special Bridge.
We need to redo all of it. Read this right. I'm kind of ahead of you, I think.
Yeah, you're ahead of me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's fine.
I was on the same page as you, catching the 75 cents every time, so.
Sure, that's right.
I'm just making sure the steps are correct. Current. Or the
Yeah, that's what.
category. Classification, there we go.
Treasurer's is right.
Mhm. Well, no, they include.
Yeah, they included the 75 cents.
Yeah, they did.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is that more
One
stuff?
more,
I
yeah.
was gonna agree with you, but no.
No, they did it.
Yeah.
Recycling,
Same.
same.
Is the sheriff's right? Is the sheriff's right on,
Could you come
Yeah.
up with one?
Oh, no, I saw that
No,
one.
she said she had to,
I
they
don't
had
know
to
what
be
that
redone.
is.
I think we just need to redo all before we approve it.
Correct.
Well, I mean, that's what we're doing,
All
we're
you
trying
wanna
to
see
catch
is
stuff
that step.
at the eye.
That's all you wanna see.
so is hers right, so
She did
Well, I
good.
need to ask them on that.
if they, if all she should have, did they already include the 75?
Yeah. No,
If they didn't,
they
then.
took it out, but I don't know. Oh, 'cause she's one of those in that, on your chart, she's
Mhm.
one of those that's topped out.
She's topped out now, but they moved her up and gave her a raise.
Look at, okay, what's
What do
that
you want?
chart say,
What number you on, Mom?
25, 22?
What do you
She was
want?
on 20, sure.
Sure.
23.
So even,
Oh, yeah, so she can't, I mean, that's not available, that 26 is for the person that's currently in that
right,
position.
I mean, so she's not that's not right there on that part either. Yeah, that's what I thought, I mean,
So I'll have them fix that.
What tab?
I'm sure that was a
Well, I'm under
misunderstanding.
20, but I don't know where it's, I'm trying to find out what Mom's.
on the sheriff department, the, 10-year cap card,
Okay. What tab's that under?
it's on the sheriff.
20.
20.
Then it's fair. No, what tab number? She can't be the,
Can't go to 26.
yeah, she can't go to 26. Yeah, too far down. It's right here, right there. She can't do that.
There is no 26.
available,
Okay.
no, if
Period.
whoever has that now,
She
it'll
is
go away.
tapped out at the 22.
Yeah. What's the plus mean behind it?
Well, because they called it plus, because there were a few over the 22, so that's why
okay.
they called it.
Okay.
At least everybody does have to
Okay, now the treasurer.
Correct.
Treasurer has one that's jumping someone 2 steps.
Good lord. What the hell is that?
Hmm?
Oh, treasure. Okay.
22.
Okay, so, yeah, I'm headed there. I gotta get there first.
And then maintenance is right.
Maintenance is right. And we're at the treasurer's.
Okay.
Maintenance. Went from the 30/2 to 30/4.
Been here a year yet.
I don't know. Maybe trying to close the gap a little bit.
Which one?
Last one, treasure.
Treasurer.
Yeah, I remember one things he can do.
Clear up.
22.
You know, look at the old chart, after you were here 6 months, you could get a step increase, couldn't you? Where this one, I tell you, this, we should have never ever adopted this one. I think our old one's working just as good as this one does. All we done when we adopted this is just gave everybody a raise. That's all that matters here. 2 raises, basically.
So, oh, there's an explanation.
Mm-hmm. To be honest with you, I've done things like that myself, just to,
Well, the good thing about it is he put an explanation of why he's doing it instead of just,
yeah. just got done doing it myself, actually.
Yeah, me too. It's a tough decision,
It is, it's hard.
especially when everything else is costing you double. And then here comes everything else.
Yeah,
I mean,
and you're trying to be fair to
fair.
everybody, and,
Mhm.
yeah.
Sometimes you feel like a juggler, and sometimes you feel like your juggler's been cut. You're
It
just
happens.
bleeding out. You're just bleeding out.
Other than some of them we need redone, I think we probably need them redone before we can take a look at all of them. So they're on the same page.
So,
I mean, do we talk the explanation through? Are we
On the
good
treasurer?
with, do we good with the explanation on the treasurer's side?
I think it's a very good explanation.
I mean,
I'm fine.
Because, like I said, before, with the old scale, they would, she would've been eligible for that at 6 months. You know, if people will explain some of it sometimes, it answers a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Instead of just doing it.
yeah, the emergency preparedness one was emergency management.
Yeah. 1 7.
1 to a 7.
And
Yeah, 1 to a 7.
he hadn't even been here a year.
No.
Not a bad percentage.
Well, it's
Actually, it's not.
the $9,000 increase,
No, it is not. Isn't that down?
2,080 hours. $7,000 increase. Maybe that's counting the 70 cents, I don't know. Yeah, it's gotta be counting the 75 cents, 75 cents, it's gotta be, because the other one's only 1 step, they're all only 1 step.
Yeah, they're all encompassing that 75 cents.
Yeah, I'm sure they're all showing the 75 cents, but
Just
still.
have them redo that one. 'Cause it's old anyway, because it's got the.
$5,400 increase.
thank you.
I wonder why, in the health department, Sheila didn't move up. She's eligible for health increase, why didn't?
I'm not sure if there's a final. Oh, it's not? He agreed at the original price, did he not?
65 or 60.
Yes.
Yeah.
That doesn't exist anymore.
If that's what he's doing, he's, so, up here he's got 69,
Oh,
and that's what's here.
in the hill? Oh,
That's what's here.
well, let's see, yeah. Because that's what you have labeled.
69, 67.
Mhm. That was probably Lindsay's.
That was
That's
Lindsay.
Lindsay's
That's
salary.
That's the old one, 69.
Yeah.
But he just put his name in there.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know why. Third one from the bottom didn't, or fourth one from the bottom didn't get an increase.
Yeah, but no,
I don't know.
didn't get a step increase.
No, it didn't get a step increase.
Yeah, that's a vacant position.
No.
No, it's not, the one right above it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stick out for an appointment, but,
And she's the only full-time nurse there.
are you gonna leave your books for me to put the new ones in, or?
Can. Yeah, because that's, the other stuff is not a question until we get to new stuff, when we're,
Okay, and then you still have next week, and then we can look at it the week after if you need to, before we need to start getting it in the payroll. So you
Okay.
still have a couple Mondays, so.
Okay.
So what I have to redo is appraiser, economic development, emergency management, health, road and bridge, noxious weed recycling, and sheriff.
I think that was it. Mhm.
You were fine with the treasurer's?
yeah, the treasurer, we were okay with that.
Yeah, because of the explanation.
Okay. Okay.
And the timesheet, deal's there,
Okay.
and I'll get the special issue, the other batch. Well, I don't know, Bob, because that's, you look on the far right, it's .58.
I know, but.
It's greater than 1.5%.
But there's no
step
there's nothing
increase.
difference on the step increase.
Yeah, I mean, so
It went to a 9 to a 10?
well, I think it probably should have went from a 9 to a 10. Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering, if they just didn't change it to a 10.
It could be, yeah.
10 was 2622.
Well, that ain't right.
No, that ain't right. It's in
50.9.
50.9 is 2685.
2585, 50.9.
Okay, what's the 10?
2622.
Well, that's not even right.
Those numbers aren't even right. Well, if you take the 75 cents off.
that.
Still not work.
That's still not gonna work.
Mm-mm.
I think there's a lot of things need to be updated in this thing.
That's 2686.
Yeah, the health department, it all needs to be redone.
She does have the health department on that.
That's on the
She
list.
read. Is that on the health department on the
Yes.
list?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's on the list.
There's 3 or 4 things there's got to be changed.
Mm-hmm.
Go to center.
Well, there's Carl at the top,
Carl's wrong.
and then,
Well, they added the 70, but she said they added the 75 cents.
well, on Carl's, they just put Lindsay's salary.
Yeah.
And then the other one, I'm not sure, nothing jives on it. I think they may have just, it probably should be a 50-10.
No, 29, 28, 14, should be 42 cents, at 1.5%.
2622, right? Yeah. Previously it was 2580. Lost my place.
Well, that's, the number in there wasn't right either.
Nothing's looking right on
Okay.
it.
So,
Even subtracting the 75 cents out doesn't still, I mean, it's still not right.
I think the department heads need to review every one, get them. Cause even if this down here appears to be right, that's no sign to start at the right point.
Exactly. Unless you have the old.
That's what I'm saying, it's got the old book. Old book. Some of these figures, we don't know whether they're right or wrong, even though the figure here may be right, cause we don't know how it ties in.
Yeah, date and step, or, current step.
It ain't gonna do us any good to take this.
Huh? No, you're looking at garbage.
We don't do it, nobody taking it home.
No.
Now, how can payroll go through and could go through and print a step, current step of every employee, could they not?
You would think.
Yeah.
And then we could have that to compare to make sure the current
Well,
step
or
is
we
the
can
current
compare
step.
it to last year's book.
Well, how do you know that was right?
Ooh.
You're gonna be spending a huge amount of hours. Of course, we got that responsibility, but
Right.
you'd be spending a huge amount of hours to get everything tied out.
That's why I'm saying that payroll could print a current step.
Correct.
Current step, or current class, current step. Give that to us along with this book, then you know you're starting out at the right spot.
Or some of the spots
Brad,
in
would
here
that
don't
be-
have a current, a grade level in it either.
Right.
Every one of these things ought to have a grade level, they don't have it.
No.
You wanna ask her?
And I know on emergency management, I got to think about that a little bit. It wasn't long after that person came on that Carl Lee at that time didn't realize he could have started at step 5 instead of step 1. That's why
That's why
that jump is there.
Because we said, well, you already agreed upon it, so.
Exactly. But I think that's why that reflects
That
back.
jump might be.
Yep.
You get a deal like that, the department head needs to come in and explain it.
Yes.
That way we'll-
Or at least a typo.
Put a note on it.
Put a note on it. Yeah.
This is why I want to do that. But I remember that.
Yeah, I remember it now.
Yeah.
He didn't realize that he could start him at a 5 or 6.
And he already minute us at
Yeah.
And I-
1.
But he'd already agreed upon it.
So I bet that's where that kind of is.
You're not gonna make any common sense out of last year's steps anyway in these books.
There's some of them aren't step through. Some of them wasn't prepared right last year.
Because they did all that change,
Pardon?
did all that change in classification.
Mhm.
And this book, last year's book means absolutely nothing as far as.
If you check the name and tie it
So
in,
this is their
the
rate
ending,
after
the ending dollar amount will
um,
tie into the ending amount.
this was before the
Those 3 or 4 I checked
April
out.
step.
So we may have the list you're asking about there.
So that would be before the 75 or
That is after the 75
after the
cents, but
75.
before
4 or
the
5.
step.
So
May not be in
this would
all
be-
of it, but it was.
That gives a current classification, grade and step. I don't know, what is it? Should be-
I believe so.
that would be the 75 cent an hour raise. I don't see
But
that.
they don't
Yeah,
change.
because there's their
Well,
grade,
4 or 5 I
there's their
checked,
step.
They're saying,
Yeah, in the health department,
Their
no.
rate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the health department's all screwed up.
Yep.
They don't jive.
Yeah, the health department's all this.
They had everything on it as,
Yeah.
yeah. 'Cause that way you can check and see what accounting has versus what department heads are putting down,
Yeah,
to make sure that it's correct.
yeah.
'Cause you approve it. You can't go back on it.
No.
And that's like you're saying, how do you know that these are even correct to begin with?
If Angie gets this corrected next week,
We can go down there
we
and
can
see.
check, and if I understood it right, we have one more week
You got one
after
more
that.
meeting.
Yeah. So, we could have somebody reading down step 50, your classification 50, step 9. Classification 35, step 6, and everybody else could be looking at it. We have one person reading them off, and then we can go through and make sure the current step they're on is correct, and then we can move forward, once we know the current is correct. It's a hard way to do it, but it's the only way to do it.
Safe way.
And be right.
We'll be here a while, but that's okay.
And that's what we're here for. I got a migraine coming on. My eyes are going goofy.
Mark, how much rain have we had?
But we need it.
Yes, we did. My new potatoes were appreciated.
I planted potatoes last week.
I got
17.
mine in.
Put mine in 17.
I did it a day, and I cheated a day before.
It won't come up. Got it on 17.
Onions, potatoes, and I even went ahead and got my carrots in.
Oh, the time sheets are there. Somebody still took this one.
They may get a little froze, but
I planted all my potatoes in tubs.
I did some of mine this
I
year.
was gonna see how they,
That's what I wanted to
and I
see.
prepared the ground a little bit different on some of them than the others too.
Do you use mineral tubs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put 5 in each one.
I only did 3. We'll see how the results. I never had done it before like that, and I wasn't for sure if I could get 5, it'd be all right.
I always figured I could pull some out if I needed to.
Yes.
It'd be better than trying to have them in.
Okay, looky there. Thank you, sir. So this is a classification.
Thanks, Brad.
Those are ours.
By doing this figure on the right is the accurate salary for this starting April.
That's what I'm told, is this is the after the 70, well, no, this is the after the 75 cents.
After the
Yeah.
75,
After the
But before any step.
before the step.
Right.
Yep.
Should give, the last 3 columns would give you the grade and the step and the pay rate.
So it's like that first number, 2902, that's got the 75 in it.
The first one?
Oh,
It's the second page.
second,
It is second page, yeah.
okay. Yeah, that would have the,
That's got the 75 in it.
yeah,
So that's classification 50, number 17, right?
17, yep.
Step 17.
yes,
Is that way I'm reading it right?
Yep.
yeah. Yeah, just on the front page of your
So these
first
are
one,
the
it's,
class, so these are.
it's grade 30,
This one's
step
health
2.
department's still not right.
Yeah.
This is still, this.
Right, that's
this-
still not right.
That's still not right.
Yeah, if you go, the health ones you were looking at are
And-
right.
And Carl's is not right over here on this either. Carl's is not right on the salary. That's not right. It's about 4,002 more. It should be 6506504. That's
Yeah.
Lindsay's old salary.
But did we ever tell anybody to change it? I know we had the meeting.
We didn't tell
No,
him.
we didn't tell anybody maybe, but he knows, because it came for the same, because I think the, motion I made did it at the same salary.
Same salary.
Oh, okay.
What's the number that you had, Bob?
65060.04.
Okay.
Oh, God dang it. I got some messages.
And Cathcart is not right on the pay scale on here either. Cause they moved her up on that one, and that's not right. And she has a move. She can't do that.
So how did that already, that's already been moved?
Can't go up, can't go beyond
But it's
22.
already been done previously, I mean, prior to us catching this. Is that not right?
That's not right.
I understand it's not right, but that is correct, that is what the individual is being paid now.
I'm sorry, I was looking at other things I wasn't listening.
Last page, go down to 24, sorry, my eyes are messing up, 2441,
Wrong page.
very last page.
Next last, yeah.
Or, sorry, is it next last? Sorry, next last year.
County.
Because they said that was after the 75 cents was put in, but the step is still at 26.
Well, that's where hers tops out at. 24.49.
No, once we go past here, these fall off.
There's no-
There is nothing past here. If you're not already past here, it falls off
If
when you
you're not
leave.
in here, you don't get it, and
Yeah.
she was a,
They. But what I'm saying
We need to
is,
make sure that.
this has been being paid
Yeah.
at this rate. If I understand this document correctly.
That's why I'm.
Getting ready to be.
Is getting ready to be? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, I was under the impression this was the real numbers after the 75-cent increase.
That's what they're
but they're
saying.
not paid yet.
Okay. They haven't been paid for the 75-cent
Terry's
increase
working
yet?
on it. All right, then what's she gonna be paid? Back to the 23.24 or 22.78?
22.
That's
She
hard.
can only get paid above the 22 current step.
We need to have Angie answer this. Because has she
She
been
just
paid
did.
what was she
did
paid
a while
last
ago.
year?
She answered it. She said that these steps are only for people who were in this position when this chart was
No,
adopted.
Let's see, she might have been here, so she is.
She was a 22. Classification was 25, 22, current step, and they're gonna move her to a 25, 26.
Right, which is in the 25s, there is a step.
Yeah, if that's.
No,
the
there
case,
isn't.
No.
These are only for the people who were in there.
So if that's the
Those
case,
weren't
it needs to be
there
at
when-
22.78.
These are only people that were already maxed out.
They fall off, drop off, those steps
Those-
drop off when the people.
They're
Those will
gone.
Those will disappear when those people leave.
Nobody ever gets to that anymore.
So you're saying she can't move to
22 is the
Right.
highest you can go,
Right, okay.
unless you were already there.
Right, unless she was already there.
That's it. She's at 22.14 a year this last year.
2214.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what that shows right there on the chart.
Yeah.
So you
So
subtract
she
out,
can't go to step 26 since she is still at 22.
78.
She's,
Well, this says proposed step 25-0.
She's gonna be a 25-22 from here on out.
Gonna be how much?
She's gonna be a 25, her step is gonna be 25-22 from here on out. That's all she is. Don't even look at those. Those do not exist.
Well, but you go back to last year's book.
Mm-hmm. And she was a what? What was her class?
It was a 25-0.
25-0, pay a 22-14.
But this says current step is a 25-22.
I'm looking at last year's book.
I'm looking at this year's. I'm looking at this year's.
And you're saying how much?
She was a 25-22.
What's the step, and what's the,
23-94.
what's the group though?
25. 22.
Yeah, it should be 22-78.
Yep.
The new one.
Yes. Because this sheet here has already had the 75 cents included in it, this chart.
Okay, that had it in.
Something's not right on it.
It's not right.
Yeah, something's not right. Because she tops out 25-22, it should be 22-78.
22.78.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
That needs,
Did Angie write down the sheriff's department needs to be looked at?
Yes.
Yes, she has
Mhm.
on that particular employee, she has that the proposed change in pay will be 0 because it can't move.
Are these two the same here?
So
I'm
she's,
sorry, what,
she's
this is
got
in,
that.
this is in the wage.
That was
So
marked
that's,
already.
that says what?
22-78
And what's 25?
on 25-22.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure this did have.
This is the one that was in the brand new book.
Right, and I wanted to make sure this one that was in my commission book was the same.
It's supposed to be the same.
Yes, yes, because they said they'd already changed it,
Yeah.
75 cents.
I think our department is gonna do a lot of deep checking out, because it's gonna be too easy for us to overlook something.
Well, I'm not saying a person's doing it on purpose by no means, but it does make it pretty easy to slide stuff out. There's just too much.
those are the only two that I have discovered that were out of kilter.
Yeah, we're changing that too. Yeah, we got changed.
And see, them Sheila's is not even right, it's not even, if you add 75 or take 75. no
It's just
way,
still not correct.
It's still not right.
No, that's why I was running the math over here on that, it wasn't even right.
It doesn't matter, you can't make it.
Yeah, I gotta step out and give me some water.
You know, Brad, this schedule you just printed off, is there any, shouldn't there be some relationship between this and what's in this book, in the computer? Or are they totally separate? To me, though, the computer ought to kick out the same thing, and it isn't. So this,
These are
what's
just
printing
me.
this out is different than what's printing this out. And that's,
isn't that with your 75 cents on this?
Well, this is supposed to have a 75-cent
Yeah.
tenant. But why isn't this correlating with this?
I can't answer that.
There ought to be some,
Some of it does.
Some of it does.
yeah, but way too much isn't. Whatever this printout is, if it's accurate, it looks like it's off on 2 or 3, maybe more.
But see, they're just
But
getting,
it ought to coincide with this, and there's a lot of differences.
see, am I correct, Brad? They're just getting this information off these CP5s, right?
Yes.
So if they're coming off the
Should've been there
CP5,
previously.
This isn't right either.
That's junk paper.
This is not right either.
Cause he said they was getting ready to be paid this, and this is incorrect as well, because they're getting it right off the CP5s that are incorrect.
Well, these are the new ones just now submitted, right?
These are not the ones they're using today.
Right.
These are not CP5s they're using today.
But is this?
These are the
printed-
ones that they've just now turned in.
This is a forecast
To take
for
effect
starting April
April
1st, and there's
yeah.
nowhere close to being accurate
I don't
on a lot of employees.
But this piece of paper that you printed off for us
Should match this.
should match that and the CP5s,
They should all tie together, and not tie
but
together.
it's not.
Even though this is old one, this Carl Lee's is way off,
Yeah,
way off.
because there's a lot of hourlies are too.
So,
I was wanting a current January or February,
payroll.
February 1st.
that showed the step, or showed the 75-cent COLA. I'm wanting current class, current step, current price per hour.
That's what she's gonna enter in a computer for payroll.
I know, but that's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're getting paid now.
Well, I don't
No,
think so.
that's plus 70.
No, they're not, they're
No.
not. Carl Lee's not.
This is
getting
supposed to
paid
have a 75-cent tenant, but there's,
I don't know
Some of them
who printed that out.
Angie printed this out.
Angie did?
Originally, this was in the front
Okay.
book there.
So that is
Oh, yeah,
based off the CP5s.
I thought it was what they were
I don't know that.
entering.
Well, that's
computer.
what I was
I'd have to
saying.
ask her that
Be
question.
paid as we speak.
Right, that's what I was under the impression of, but it's not. That's off
Okay.
the CP5s.
Okay.
If the CP5s all go through like they are in there, that's what's gonna be hitting the payroll,
Right, and here's some,
which is wrong.
well, there's some wrongs in here.
But I would like to have the,
Current,
after the
what they're
75
getting
cents per
paid
hour,
right now.
after the 75-cent an hour increase, their current classification and their current step. And then their current dollars per hour. Then we can go back and review these books.
I concur.
I do too.
They've got a lot of work to do to get this straightened out.
I'm
A lot
seeing
of work.
I'm seeing bubbles, so I can't look at anything right now. And 2 of you is bad.
That's really terrible.
And I put my glasses on, it doesn't help.
You want me This don't compute.
I think we've had enough fun for one day.
I do too.
Too much.
So we're leaving these books here.
Oops. There's no reason to take it.
We can't return yet.
Mr. Chairman, when you're adjourned or whatever, if you would come in with me, we can get with the 2 specialists in here on this subject matter and.
Well, that way we can
make
have
sure
the
that we
right
understand
information for us.
exactly what information we're giving you and where it came from.
Yeah, no, that's what,
Correct me if I'm wrong, Brad, but the 75 cents, I'm assuming, has already been on the paychecks that are gonna be, that were printed last month?
No, it don't go into effect until, yeah, it does.
Yeah.
We've
It
already,
would have been last month.
We've already
Maybe
done
this one?
I thought they didn't go in factor April 1st.
no,
No,
that's
the cost
the
of
step.
living went in last month.
Yeah.
It went in last.
So this one would be correct.
No, not all of it.
No,
Not all of
I think Angie got that off these CP5s. Cause everything in here's matching that piece of paper, is that not right?
Not matching anything.
No,
No, it's not.
I really, no.
Everything's all over the map. Nothing's
Yeah.
matching nothing.
It's three different things, isn't it? Oh, man.
I really got confused.
So you're correct, what you want now, right now, is what that paycheck would be if they printed it off today,
Mm-hmm,
per dollars per hour,
yes,
per current step,
classification.
classification per current step.
That's all I wanna see.
Yeah.
I don't need anything else.
Right, that's all I wanna see.
The name, the class, the step, the current per hour.
Then we can do
That's all I
that.
want.
Then that can be done fairly easy, fairly quick and easy.
Then we can all look at it next week.
Yeah.
I agree.
But we want the old step too, because we wanna know.
Well, yes, and that would be good. We wanna know that their class and
to know
step
that
is
they're-
correct.
Whether they're moving or not.
Right, so we need two, we need both.
We need the old, we need
Okay.
when's the step increase? It doesn't go into,
April first.
it doesn't, it's not in effect now, so the step
No.
increase
Cause
shouldn't
that
even,
will go and
shouldn't even be
confuse
here.
us if we
Right.
pick these up next week.
Other than in our books.
Other than in our book. That's what's going to happen.
It won't affect the paycheck until next
Whether
paycheck.
they're aware.
Right, the end of April.
Cause if we get the new ones next week,
I'd throw that away.
mine's.
I'll keep mine, that way we have it,
But-
but I'd throw it.
Right.
I've got mine.
I mean, I don't really think it's any good
Oh, either.
right now.
I was like.
Too many numbers, felt like hospitals here. Any other discussion?
Wasn't the hospital,
Supposed to be here
One
today.
more week.
I asked Andrew to touch base with them to have them here this week.
That's what I was
And I
thinking.
didn't follow up with Andrew Thursday or Friday to see. I'll follow up with her tomorrow.
Alright.
I think we need a quarter report based on 12/31.
Yeah.
I'll guarantee you they've got all that stuff.
About had to, if they're going after grant money, about had to have had that information. About had to have had that information if
They
they're
had
going
that
after grant
information
money.
the first week of February.
Yeah.
Their computer kicked that out, departmentalized real quick.
The only thing I'd say is like, next week, I'd like, as a group decision, decide which job description you
Job
want
description.
for,
Yes,
Yes, sir,
and go for it.
get it going.
get it going.
Time is flying by fast.
Faster we care.
And you're going to do
I'll
some
make
calls
calls.
on the,
And I'll help you on that, I'll do a little more research myself, cause I find some of that very interesting on websites.
mhm.
I'll make the calls and see what interest they are at doing it all.
Right, okay.
And actually, if there's an avenue we could use for advertisement for bids for it too, would be great.
Yeah.
And that's what I'll be looking for.
Yeah, they might be like antiques,
Gotta be something.
there's gotta be something out there. There's gotta be.
Even reclaiming the brick.
Well, you know, now I don't know who's doing that over at Hartford. Who's doing that
I
over
don't
at
know.
Hartford?
Somebody's
house.
doing
They sold the wood, they're selling the wood out of there, they're putting the bricks on pallets,
Yeah.
and they're wrapping them and selling it.
Is one contractor doing all of it?
I think so.
Osage
I've seen a
City's doing
picture in
that
the
with
paper, they
bricks
have the
out of their
back-
street. They're putting them on pallets. I don't know whether they're gonna reuse them or what they're gonna do, but this weekend, they were putting them on pallets.
it. Jesse, how often do you get over by that area?
Where's that?
Hartford?
I was just there last night. Yeah,
I'll
probably
make
nobody
sure-
was working last night.
Better make sure we contact those people, 'cause
No, yeah, okay. I don't think it's I think it's a one-man show.
You think it's an individual doing
Yeah.
that? Dave?
Alright, alright.
Well, I know they're selling the wood out of there, the flooring, all
Yeah.
sorts of stuff out of there, cabinets, all sorts of stuff. There's a lot of stuff in that building that I didn't realize.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna say it over the camera, but there's a lot of history there.
A lot
Good
of
and
history
bad.
in that building.
Good and bad. So, all right, we will adjourn at 2:18.
it's a wonder that building stood as long as it is. As many poles that had braces
Oh,
up.
it couldn't fall down, it was full of stuff.